opportunity that we can't pass on.
Tēnā rā tātou e te motu whānui nau mai haere mai ki rangi tāne ki Ngāti Kauwhata ki Raukawa hoki ko tēnei mātou e tau o nei ki roto I te whare nei o CHAMPS Arena mō ngā whainara o tēnei o ngā kemu whakahirahira on the main court. Here we are as commentators going to introduce ourselves. My name is Paul Kaiho Shorts and I have my friends to my right. Would you guys like to introduce yourself for the finals here?
Thank you, Pakohai. Ko Andrew Horrocks, Toko Ingoa, and super excited to bring you this one from Fly Palmy Arena. Alongside as well, Maya Williamson. You took on the semi-finals this morning. What stood out to you the most?
Yeah, good Andrew and Kaiho. So happy to be here, very much privileged, and yeah, super excited to witness these two great basketball teams and young rangatahi go at it. I was very impressed with the overall performance of Takotu, a very well-rounded team, and the Rogers sisters, of course, for the Aquinas matchup. Very, very impressed.
And we're quickly going to get into the Aquinas College team list. Maya, can you take us through it?
We have Sophie Rogers, Emma Rogers, Milan Gardner, Anika Cartwright, Marika Irinui, Olivia Malone, Isabella Gillard, Shaydane McDonald, Kalia Gardner, Hano, and Kayleen Gardner. Assistant coach Maru Irinui, and head coached by Mike Rogers, who we caught up with earlier today.
An absolute privilege to be joined here by head coach Mike Rogers. Mike, few games so far played in the tournament. How are the girls feeling leading up to this one?
Yeah, obviously their bodies are a little bit tired, to be expected, but they're a really resilient group, and they're excited about the opportunity to play on the big stage. So I'm sure they'll be able to fight their way through.
Speaking of fight, what have you seen from the girls that, they've shown that they've made it all the way through to this matchup? What stood out for you so far as coach?
Yeah, well, everyone's played a role. We're lucky in terms of we've got Sophie and Emma who lead the way in terms of putting points on the board, and they're our experienced guys, and the Phi have done a great job of developing them, but everyone else is comfortable with their role and contributing, and I think that's what makes a successful team, if everyone's prepared to do their bit. So I think that's what's given us the advantage to get to the final.
Now, it was meant to be two questions. I just want to slide a quick one in there too. How good is it for Tauranga basketball to have both Aquinas in the men's and the women's side of things moving forward?
Yeah, well, I think it shows the strength of basketball that's growing in Tauranga. For Aquinas to be back in the final 2 years in a row for both boys and girls, that's a pretty cool achievement and one that we're really proud of, and it just shows all the hard work that coaches are putting in. So a big shout out to Alex and Ben, who are doing the boys team. But like I say, the pathways that the Phi and TCBA are putting in place for our young players is really paying off.
Hey, thank you for your time, Mike. Much appreciated. Good luck.
Awesome, always here. Greg Elliott and Mike Rogers have a korero. Greg especially hates his own voice. And we're going to have a quick look at the road to the final for Aquinas. Only one loss thus far, and it's to their opponents today. Takuta Otakotu going down 100-69. Semi-final, a nice win there by 24 points over the bronze medalist Takuta Kokiri. But now we flip over the other side. Takuta Otakotu. Pokahai, can you show us who's playing on their side?
Ka pai konga kai tākaro tēnei tā, our players will be Kali Kaio, Waiheke Kohunui, Amaya Edwards, Teriana Morrison, Waikimihia Douglas Karauna, Taya Douglas Kingi, Taya Grace, alongside Arihia Bennett, Tyler Jazz, Inia, McGarvey Thompson, Ngahira Tahaumaha, Mārewa Wairea Tāmai, as well as our coaches Moana Douglas, Aroha Haumaha, and our manager being Zana Mariah Douglas Karauna.
We caught up with Moana just before the game. Let's hear what she had to say.
We've got about 5 minutes until tip-off.
How are we feeling? Is it in focus?
Before they take court in their 2024 final.
Apologies, we do have the national anthem coming up, so we will get back to that kōrero, but if you could please stand, then we will jump into the national anthem of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
All right, we're going to announce both teams and ask you to get to center court, facing our cameras for the national anthem. First up, we're going to make some noise for our first team in the finals here, the A Girls 2024 Championship Finals. Welcome to the court, Te Kura o Te Koutu. Homai te Paki Paki. E te tuatahi e captain, Waikimihia Douglas Corona. Number 3, Kali Kaio. Number 6, Waiheke Kuhunui. Number 8, Amaya Edwards. Number 9, Tediana Morrison. Number 37, Taya Douglas Kingy. Number 38, Taya Grace. Number 39, Arihia Bennett. Number 40, Tyler Jazz, Inia Magabi Thompson. Number 41, Ngā Hirata Haumaha. And number 42, Marewa Wairea Tāmai. Homai te Paki Paki. Kia ora, Coach Moana Douglas, Assistant Coach Aroha Haumaha, and Manager Zana Mariah Douglas Corona. This is Te Kura o Te Koutu. Kia kahara kohene mā. And their opponent in this final. Welcome to the court, Aquinas College. Make some noise at Te whānau. First up, their captain, Shaden McDonald. Number 2, Milan Gardner. Number 3, Kalia Gardner Hano. Number 4, Sophie Rogers. Number 5, Anika Cartwright. Number 6, Olivia Malone. Number 8, Emma Rogers. Number 9, Kaylin Gardner. Number 13, Marika Ririnui. Number 18, Isabella Gillard. Homai te Paki Paki. Kia ora, Coach Mike Rogers, Assistant Coach Maru Ririnui, and Manager Greg Gillard. One more round of applause for Aquinas College, ladies and gentlemen. And our referees for this match. Please make a round of applause for referee Bethany Mahoney and referee Emma Aheng. All the best to our referees. Kia ora tātou, all that are able, can you please stand for our national anthem?
interview that we had to cut short. Moana Douglas, what she had to say pre-match.
Tough trip so far. How are you enjoying things? Girls have been playing fantastic.
Girls have had a great start. You know, we've been lucky enough. We're staying out at Aorangi Marae, which has been wonderful for us. It's the girls everyone's feeling really comfortable. We've had some really good wins. Been able to get all our players on the court, especially today, and been able to rest some players. But yep, we're really excited for tonight.
Now, Moana, you and I had a good conversation, a good kōrero before this. You said that you've got a number of young juniors coming through the ranks and also a couple of really important seniors that will leave you at the end of the season.
We've got two senior players, Waikimihi Douglas Corona and Wahiki Reo, who are our amazing team leaders and are bringing along our young girls. We've got 3 year 9s and 3 year 10s and a couple of year 11s. So it's looking really exciting for us in the future.
Kia ora, Moana. Thank you very much for your time.
One of my favourite things about finals basketball is the ability to get some insight from the coaches pre-match. We have a look at their tale of the tape for how they got there, and Pokaho, a pretty good run for them, undefeated. Closest game was their pool match against Aquinas, and you'd have to say, from working through as well the results from qualifying, where they also took down Aquinas College, they've got to be the favourites coming into this one.
Ai, ko rātou tērā, te kura kaupapa Māori o te Koutu. Definitely a hard-working school, not trying to be biased as I am indeed. A tauira from that kura, engari rā, it just shows from their training and throughout this tournament alone. Just showing a lot of skill from two of the main kōturu in their team that stayed back another year actually at that kura, so another year 14 trip going down. Big games going on, again undefeated coming into the final. That's a big step, so we'll see how they manage back at it again with Aquinas. It's definitely going to be a big game for us on this main court and to all the whānau at home. Ai, te nui hoki.
Maya, for you on the Aquinas side, to go down that heavily, but they still have an extremely talented bunch. What do you think they really need to do to try and get one up here on Te Kura o Te Koutu and become national champions after being runners-up in 2023?
Well, I found last year the issue within their offense was the fact that Emma Rogers and Sophie Rogers were just completely neutralised by the defense of Opunaki, and they sent doubles and hard shows and denies on those two sisters who do generate particularly almost 80% of their offense. They are the main threat. Without them, the offense looks completely different. So it's going to be able for Mike to try to make some adjustments to whatever defense that Te Koutu will throw at these guys, and try to generate good looks for them going downhill. But defensively is going to be the main thing. Obviously they have Waiheke Kohunui for Te Koutu and Waikimihi Douglas Corona, who are extremely talented and some very good pieces to fit around that. So if they can get some stops, get a hand up on some shooters and not allow any transition points, I think they should compete a little bit better than they did last time.
Well, one thing that they can hopefully lean on is, of course, Emma Rogers, MVP at the under-18 Foot Locker Nationals. Had a 50-piece against Harbour, if my memory serves me right. Pukaiho, on the Te Kura o Te Koutu side, what do you think they're going to do offensively early in this game to establish potentially their dominance in this game?
Something that I've noticed just from our previous games watching Te Koutu is that they just do what's easy. They do what's easy, but they do it right. And that's basically what Te Koutu does, is that you stick to the basics and you master those basics. And by doing that, most of these teams later on are trying all these new strategies, all these over-the-top passes and like strategies that look really good on paper. Engari rā, when you look at Te Koutu, they're just doing these small passing cuts, just getting under the basket, just driving into the basket, getting those fouls in. So it's basically all about driving in and passing cuts. That's all we're going to see very much from Te Koutu. And if that fails, we see a lot of three-pointers.
Well, one of my favourite things about secondary school nationals is always the little initiations. We saw one just before on the screen. So the teams are coming onto the court now. Te Kura o Te Koutu in the yellow, and then Aquinas College in the green with the blue shorts. And don't forget as well, live stats is available for this one. You can find it in the Secondary Schools Hub on nz.basketball. As a little hush comes over the crowd. Just preparing as the scoreboard is ready. And a big thank you to Basketball Manawatu and all the volunteers that they've had this week with the school bench, done a fantastic job. And we are underway, and it is going to be Aquinas College who get first use of the basketball off the high on ball there. Sophie Rogers, Kakao Kuruwhiwhi Toru is a little bit short on the way come to Kotu.
It's good to get Isabella Gillard involved early. Sophie Rogers obviously going to draw a lot of attention as 2 points on the board for Kotu. But yeah, good start for Aquinas to get Isabella Gillard on the board.
Another on-ball screen here, this time for Emma Rogers, just sizing things up, spins into the defense, and that is a tough finish as away come Takuta Otakotu, looking to get their second basket of the game. Spin, and tough Pukaho with the left hand.
We are at the play on Otakotu, just keeping it simple, driving it into the hoop and doing a nice reverse layup. Nice spin move to go along with it. Ai koe rā te pai.
Interesting there as well, Takotu happy to go under on ball screens. There's Gillard short again. 2 good opportunities there, Maya.
Yeah, you can't be totally unhappy with that, and given the height advantage Isabella Gillard does have, you can imagine a few more offensive two-uppers coming her way. Just got to capitalise.
Turnover ball, it's going to be Aquinas College. Quite spaced out here on the on-ball situation. 14 seconds on the shot clock as it was an out-of-bounds turnover in the front court. Rogers again off the side, on ball, flips it.
Ai ko te Kotu tērā e Takaroa, 2-1-2 defense style.
And the huddle is called. Looks like that's going to be on Sophie Rogers. Her first huddle of the game. Maya just got caught in the wrong position there going for the ball, and easy call there for the referee.
I like the intention there for Sophie Rogers to go downhill. Has to manipulate the defense a little bit more. They know that her intention is to try and get to the tupper, so can't allow just herself driving into such strong bodies.
Wahine to wahine defense here from Aquinas. Takotu happy to work the ball around to the hoop. And Pukaho, another good look at the hoop there.
Ai koe rā te pai hoki. Again, just keeping it simple, just trying to make their way, trying to get comfortable, driving themselves into the hoop. Arai tāwhanau ko pai hoki te taipare, good defense there, just standing straight where they can and putting their hands into the air like they just don't care. Koe rā te Kotu with beautiful defense.
Yeah, I know Maya Williamson is going to be loving all the references that we throw out during this game. Here's Takuta Otakotu. And unsure what the referee called there. Shot clock didn't reset, so we're going to take it all the way back and restart that possession. Big thank you, of course, to our presenting sponsor, Foot Locker, and then, of course, all our partners, Bailey's, Caltex, New Zealand, Carbon Farming, NZCT, for wins.
Ka whaia nei te tahi uru, kei roto, ai ka whaia rata he reikuru, a nice layup, driving it straight through. That is Kaio, aha koe he te he Paunamu, doesn't matter what her height is, she just brings forth into the key.
Here is Rogers, steps back, Kuruwhiwhi Toru on the way.
Ara kei Waikimihia te tūpara, gets the rebound, Waiheke on the outside, on the right side there. Just trying to figure out a rautaki to get inside. Spin pass, unfortunately, will get them out of bounds, giving the ball to Aquinas.
My big stop there for Aquinas. They've struggled a little bit with Takuta Otakotu getting to the hoop. Basically every position thus far. What do you think they can change from what you've seen?
You don't need a hard closeout every Kuruwhiwhi Toru. There's an understanding there that Takotu can shoot well from beyond the arc, but you want to deal them into those shots before you start giving them hard closeouts, and you've got to ensure that your help defense is there ready. But definitely take pride in your one-on-one defense as well.
Tough look there for Sophie Rogers, and again that's going to be her second huddle of the game. Is she going to stay in? That is the question, and it looks like Mike Rogers is going to keep her in.
It's a tough gig there for Sophie Rogers. Obviously 2 hudders very early and 2 frustration fouls. You really want to learn from that mistake. Had it the first time, and you can imagine those first game jitters are very much prevalent, and her missing that little step through there, not a big deal. She doesn't want to give away any more frustration fouls.
Kuruwhiwhi Toru there, short. Pukaho, they seem to be pretty happy letting Aquinas shoot the Kuruwhiwhi Toru quite early.
Ai tāhua nei, it just seems more like a good idea to let's celebrate Waiheke ko hunu i rio, koe ara te toru. A good 3 pointer there from her. Engari, getting back to what I was saying, for our Koutu lot, it's good enough to just let them go for those 3-pointers, as it's not drawing any fouls. No fouls in the early game is a better game throughout. That's just something that I've learned throughout these last final games. A lot of fouls drawn, and a lot of our rangatahi have been set out quite early on the third quarter even.
Number 6, Olivia Malone, coming in now for Aquinas College. Still in wahine to wahine defense. As you see, early on ball there, rejected. Happy to be very patient here. Takura to Koutu, and offensive foul called. You can't quite just move your hip out the way there and create contact.
It's a massive stop there for Aquinas. Going to be important though for them. They've actually got to convert on the offensive end. It's all good and well getting stops, but you also have to put some points on the board yourselves.
Maya, what change do you think they could make to the offense early to try and free up some easier looks at the basket?
I've been moving the portal a little bit earlier and trying to do that a little bit more before getting feet in the paint. That's a way better example there from Emma Rogers. Just can't convert.
McDonald with the two-upper, and it's stripped out of her hands. Away come Takura to Koutu.
Ko Waiheke Tera cuts down the middle to Kaio. Kaio's ready to put it up and will send it home wonderfully. There it is again, just a little cut down the middle, and we'll of course call the early timeout just from these good drives that the Koutu have been accomplishing. Just getting it right into the key as if it's nothing for them. It's just sticking to those basics.
Easy basket there, and so the Waiheke is called from Mike Rogers. Maya, what do you think the one key point he's trying to get across to his team is?
It's just taking away the strengths of the players of Te Koutu. I'm sure they've done their scout. They've faced them multiple times before. He knows they like to get 2 feet in the rohikuru, go to their right hands or take away their strengths and force them to their weaker hands. Maybe get their closeouts a little bit, force them into baiting them into kurewhiwhi torus, but it all starts with getting defensive stops. Your offense is going to flow from there and you're going to gain the energy from there, but you got to get stops.
Quick look at the points early on the live stats. Kalikaio already has 6 points. Waiheke has 3 rebounds and 3 points. And then the key thing, of course, for Aquinas, Sophie Rogers, one of their key players, already has 2 hudders as teams are getting ready to come back onto the court. And it'll be Aquinas ball. Maya, what do you think they're going to try and run in this very first possession? Is it still going to be that handoff action into an on ball, or are they going to try and maybe get a cross screen and something under the hoop?
I saw a couple of possessions against Te Kura Kukuri when they had the similar issues here. We're getting a little bit of congestion and driving into bodies. They actually moved the ball around the perimeter first before then getting it back to one of the Rogers sisters and just getting a simple on-ball. They're very good at operating out of on-ball situations, but moving the portal a little bit first then means moving the defenders. But as I say that, same action at the top.
And I really like the cut there as well from Olivia Malone as it freed up a bit of space for Sophie Rogers.
It's as if Aquinas had just heard your discussion there, Maya.
But that's one thing you can't do, Maya, is it? As soon as you get a basket, you got to try and get some stops if you're going to cut into this 9-point lead. As Rogers with the lovely crossover.
You definitely can't afford to trade buckets. There was a better look there for Sophie Rogers as Emma with the blur cut, and this is a way better position, just moving the portal. You can just see the gaps opening so much more for Aquinas, but what really matters is actually executing off of those as well. Errant passes being made and shots coming off the tapa, a little bit more patience, and these guys got to keep their composure despite the deficit at the moment.
Here comes Takura to Koutu, still wahine to wahine defense from Aquinas, little spin move, and travel is called. What cuts do you think, or actions could they do just to stop that and keep the movement flowing?
Maybe it was just a bit of a movement issue, communication issue just with the outside there. Unfortunately, didn't see quite an opening, but we just return back to Waiheke, just tipping the ball in nicely. We'll get them the easy 2 points. He reikuru tērā, bit of a layup.
11-point lead now here for Takura to Koutu. Are we going to see an early on ball? We will. It's a punch screen as Rogers again is not deemed to be illegal. And will she look for assistance? No, she'll dribble out. Fakes the on ball to the hoop. And Maya, again, just some tough looks that Aquinas are trying to convert.
Look, I think the intention to get in the paint is really good, but they need to play off 2 feet. That's a really tough look for Sophie, who is undersized as well. And it's unlikely that you're going to finish that if you aren't playing off 2 feet. They're making it a little bit hard for themselves at the moment.
Rogers finds Sophie. That was Emma previously to that. And easy Hara call. Just got the defender on her back. Rose up. And they call them free throws. We shall see if she can convert both.
There's going to be some important 2 points here for Sophie Rogers. They need to get some paketes on the board. Only 4 points in 6 minutes. Not a very encouraging start.
First Kurutautuku is good. Let's see if she can convert the second. Does so. No commentary curses just yet.
Ko tāku ko te painoa o te koutu. The good thing about the koutu is that their offense and defense are well balanced. We see that Waikimihia is a strong po there in the middle section of the key for their defense 2-1-2 zone. And it definitely makes it a bit of a difference just for letting that single drive come in. And she's just a big figure that's hard to get past.
Another good defensive stop there for Aquinas. Again, another little punch screen into a flare. Maya, a few 3-on-3 actions that we're starting to see here from Aquinas.
Not surprised. I'm sure these guys have played in many 3-on-3 actions in their lives, and obviously being from Tauranga, have worked with Alex Stojkovic a lot, who loves a bit of 3x3 and loves a little bit of that flare action as well. And it's a good look for Emma Rogers. She's wide open, and I can imagine those will start to fall as they get a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, can see Alex just watching the game from the end of the bench at Aquinas. Will be involved with the boys' game after this. Is again to the hoop and draws the Hara. And that should be... That might be the Rua on young Olivia Malone. And that's tough, isn't it, Maya, if you've got 2 key players with 2 fouls. Yes, correct. That is the second foul on Malone.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is the game where you can definitely afford to leave your starters on for a lot of minutes. You know, you can play them upwards of 35 for your key players. And the last thing you want is for them to be sitting on the bench, especially in a deficit like this. You want to claw that back before you can hit the quarter mark to obviously give yourself a chance early.
Pukaiho, now that Takotu are in the bonus, are we going to see them ramp up their offensive aggression, trying to draw more fouls and go straight to the line?
Koera te rautaki, that was the plan, I believe, to start off with. They just love to make sure that they can find that opening. Even if there's no opening there for the key, koera rātou e taraiwa, they will drive on through and make sure they can either get that point or draw that foul. Either way is a good win for them. Anei rā, Waikimihia and Waiheke, a good duo. Bit of a strong figure there again, Waikimihia, showing why that she's in the Under-7 World Cup team, New Zealand.
Maya, tough defense there from Sophie Rogers. Got bumped a little bit. Do you think that could have been an offensive foul or maybe a flop warning?
I think a flop warning could have been issued there for Sophie Rogers. I know that she was seeking it out, but she needs to be careful that she's not getting herself on the ground and therefore opening a wide open shot for Waikimihia, who is going to finish that.
Great finish there from Gillard. Makes it 20-8 now. And again, that little 45 cut. Not looking to go up though. Still 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Finding the path forward to the hoop. Unfortunately, the trouble will be called for Waikimihia.
It's good defense. I talked to Mike Rogers prior to the game and he said that he's trying the Emma Rogers-Waikimihia matchup, and so far been pretty good from Emma Rogers, who is definitely undersized in that matchup, but a good couple of stops for Aquinas heading into this timeout.
As we take a quick look at the live stats, and Waiheke now has 5 points and 3 rebounds. Waikimihia has 3 rebounds, 2 assists. And then for Aquinas, Sophie Rogers, 4 points, and then Emma Rogers and Isabella Gillard, 2 points apiece. But Pukaiho, I wouldn't have expected this timeout to be from Takura Otakotu. What do you think they're looking to talk about and potentially adjust here?
I te āhua nei, they were taking their time a bit too much there on that last part before the timeout. We've seen they were struggling to find a bit of passes, wasting a bit more time during that shot clock. Te Koutu is I would say, a respectful kura in which we don't like to waste time. We don't like to waste the time, no matter how far we are ahead. We like to be respectful for our opponents and show that we are willing to put in the work and show them what we've got. As we are a small kura, we are trying to show what our mara kumara are capable of.
Good to see some of the youngest fans in the crowd there. Shout out to producer Rich for some of the shots that we've got. Maya, on your side, Aquinas, another chance for Mike Rogers to talk to his troops. What do you think he might look to adjust here?
Still about getting stops, and that'll lead to transition paketes, which are the easiest paketes in basketball, but it's going to be this ball movement and being responsible with the shots they're taking. They're getting in the rohi kuru not too bad, but they've got to play off 2 feet, and like that shot from Sophie Rogers, not a bad one, working the ball a little bit and then getting an uncontested look. That is what they need offensively.
Kuruwhiwhi Toru there, launched, and the tūrapa into the hands of Tukura Te Koutu. Just leave that one short off the tapa, and a welcome hara call there for Aquinas. That is hara number Toru. And so it's going to be a baseline ball. So having a look here on the action replay. Kai, how do you reckon they're happy with that shot, or do you think they wanted to work it round a little bit more to get a better shot?
I believe Wakimihia's capabilities of her three-pointers are quite good, honestly. She has the power for it, maybe just getting into the groove. Engarira, you can't really see it through until she puts it back in the basket, giving another 2 points there for Te Koutu.
14-point lead now. Another punch screen for Sophie Rogers into that flare action. McDonald, great cut, and one. Beautiful action there, Maya from Aquinas.
Let the game of basketball is simple if you allow it to be. It's a great drive there from Sophie Rogers, who draws a lot of attention. You can see both help defenders facing her, and that leaves a perfectly open spot for Shadeen to capitalise on. A little bit more of that will then make the defenders a little bit worried about other pieces, and that actually takes the load off of our 2 Rogers sisters, who can then capitalise on that just a little bit more.
McDonald converts the and one, and into double figures here, Aquinas, when the scoreboard updates itself. There we go. Thought there might be one more to go up, but apparently not. Rejects the... Better late than never. There's Sophie Rogers, finds this to Emma. Kuruwhiwhi Toru, long off the tapa. And tūrapa again. Tukura Te Koutu, potentially their final possession of the first quarter. Very successful one for them so far. Lovely spin and finish once again.
Koe ara te takahuri o Waikimihia. That's probably something that I've seen a lot in their training schedule, is that they're practicing just on their spins and posts alone, just to get inside of their key.
Sophie Rogers, Kuruwhiwhi Toru. And it will be actually Tukura Te Koutu with the final shot of the quarter. And is blocked. Do they have a chance? One more. Aquinas. Off the foot of Sophie Rogers with 0.9 seconds to go.
I te ahua nei a hakoa ke ngā ringa o Te Koutu. It is in the hands of Te Koutu with just a second left on the clock. Not too sure what we're going to do with this final second. Perhaps a shot from the inside of the key.
Little lob, did they get it from time? Yes, they did, but no basket. So quarter time here in the girls' single A final. Tukura Te Koutu 24, Aquinas College 14. Maya, I'm going to come to you first. Aquinas, after a bit of a shaky start, started to work their way back into the game. What adjustments did they make, and what's one more adjustment you think they could make to close this gap?
Both sides looked a little bit better, starting with the defense, trying to take away the strength a little bit, walling up a lot better, I found, inside, not giving away easy fouls and just staying within their cylinder. Look, if Te Koutu make a tough shot, they make a tough shot, but if you're there to contest it, they can definitely live with that. And on the offensive end, I think they just found it, like, they made it a little bit easier for themselves, the Rogers sisters, getting downhill off some action, and kind of finding little gaps for themselves, or that a perfect example of Sophie Rogers driving and Shadeen McDonald cutting there. But I think that kind of thing is going to be the main focus for them coming out of this quarter break, is just creating easier opportunities for themselves offensively, moving the ball so they can get the Rogers distance going downhill, but they need to play off 2 feet. Emma Rogers is just driving into bodies and forcing up pretty tough shots, and if you continue to do that, you continue to leave positions pretty empty.
On the other side, Kaiho for Te Kurotukutu, an incredible start for them. What do you think they need to keep doing to try and build this advantage back up?
Ai, ko tāku noa, I've seen that Aquinas has been doing quite well with allowing Gillard there in the middle as a centre, getting over Waikimi here in the key, and it's doing an excellent job to keeping them at bay. Engari rā, Te Koutu will perhaps try to do something in that key to keep Gillard out by boxing out a lot more with more players. Engari, other than that, our girls are currently driving into the key, driving up, putting up some good baskets and causing those fouls. We did have a 5-5 bonus for both teams. Engari, that was indeed Aquinas making it to that first, giving Koutu some free throws at the beginning, allowing that lead.
Have a look at the stats. Koutu shooting 57% from the field, whereas Aquinas only 22% and 1 for 7 from the three-point line. Rebounds very even. Koutu just shading Aquinas 13-12. Assists 5-3 and 3 steals for Te none for Aquinas. As Te Kurotukutu with the first shot off the Papamuri. Get the offensive tūrapa. Can they convert? And McDonald comes away with it, loses her footing.
Ka hoki atu kia Waikimi here, kei te toru. Just comes out of the tapa there and will belong to Aquinas once again.
Gillard, great tūrapa there. Here comes the first possession for Aquinas. We're going to see a little gets action, and it is stolen.
Te tere hoki o Waiheke. Ko tāna he reikuru e rua no ngā piro kia rātou a Te Koutu. Great job from Waiheke with a beautiful interception just there in the middle of the key.
Here comes Emma Rogers, 2 feet in the paint, finds McDonald, and it deemed a travel. Maya, the right ideas. They're struggling a little bit with the execution at the moment.
Yeah, that punch screen is creating some nice looks there, and obviously that weak side cut from Shadeen looking good. I think maybe just working the ball again, like I've said a little bit earlier. Hard to attack off a punch screen when the rest of the defense is stagnant, but like you said, it just comes down to execution.
Here comes Sophie Rogers in transition, 2-on-2 situation to the hoop. And it's a perfectly executed transition basket.
Yeah, that nice little hezzy there from Sophie Rogers caught the defense lacking for a second. Nice finish off the Papamuri. Very simple, very effective.
Rushing in a back pass, unfortunately, leads towards one of the Rogers.
Good transition defense there from Te Kurotukutu. What have Aquinas got in the half court? Early on-ball defense going over, staying on the hip. Rogers, little give and go. Harder called, no, not required, puts it in the basket. Maya back to back.
It's a tough finish there from Emma Rogers. I actually don't know how she managed to get that one up, but that little give and go action is very hard to guard. I'd be interested to see if they can utilize that a little bit more.
And again, they need stops. Pokaho, another great basket for Te Kurotukutu.
Right, ko tāku noa, if Waikimi here isn't in that middle there, it's quite difficult for... if Waikimi here is in the key there for defense, it's quite hard for Aquinas to get out. But again, Waikimi here definitely showing her strengths in either side's offense and defense, being a big part of the Te Koutu team.
Lucy Malone back into the game. Another one with 2 fouls. Mike Rogers happy to trust his team that they won't commit the third hara.
In this situation, I just think you need to.
Okay, waho e kuriwhiwhi toru pia. Konga nei ai, beautiful three-pointer there. Kia koe e mārewa, wairea tāmai.
Back to a 13-point lead. Here's Sophie Rogers. Considered a kuriwhiwhi toru. Staying on the same side, tough look. But Maya, loved the little box out that we saw there from Malone. Opened the space, but not taken by Sophie Rogers.
Yeah, it's a high IQ move there from Olivia Malone, who's a nice little piece to add to this Aquinas side. Anything you can do to get these Rogers sisters downhill, I guess.
Speaking of downhill, here's McDonald and gets stripped once again.
Steal it away. Waiheke rushing down the court yet again. puts it up nicely and will set it home. It seems as though Waikimiha and Waiheke are having an easy time throwing it across court or getting to the opposite side of the court quite fast. What's something that Aquinas can do that can possibly stop that from happening a lot often?
Well, that's a good question, Maya. As we see a timeout taken from Mike Rogers, what do you think is the single focus of this conversation?
Execution, execution, execution. So important. Not only are they getting missed shots and tough shots at that, but also just turning the ball over in those last two possessions. And the minute that Waiheke is getting the ball, it's a track meet. She is outrunning everybody on this floor, even if they do begin at the same point. She is too fast to be giving her opportunities in transition. So slow the ball down a little bit, keep your composure, work the ball, and actually execute offensively. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough final for them.
All right, is that something to do with our teams being here in the finals, or is that just something to do with the offensive and defensive plays of our teams?
I think it's a little bit of both. Obviously, these teams have played each other previously on this very court, so I'm not too sure if it's the venue. Obviously, it's a very different court to what we see in the rest of the venue, but Maya, you've been involved in finals. Do you think sometimes the occasion gets to you, or is it just simply that Te Kura Te Koutu have started out very, very strongly, shooting 59% from the field?
Mate, it never gets to me, I'll tell you that. But it does sometimes, and I guess there's a little bit of pressure on Aquinas. This is their third year in a row in the final and come short both years. So for them, they are like desperate to get a win today, and that can actually play on you a little bit. And as well, Te Koutu playing awesome and have a big crowd behind them, which can also be quite a big factor in these kind of games.
Ka pai ko Waiheke tēnei, hei uru atu ki te key, giving a little dish there, and we'll try to find an opening. Unfortunately, getting the tapa there, just from the outside of the key.
And that's something that Aquinas really need to lock down, is the offensive rebounds. Even though the rebounding is actually quite even across the board. So we're having a look at the live stats. Shout out to the team as well that are on the live stats. Not always an easy thing to do.
Ka pai tāua nei kua uru mai number 8, Amaya Edwards, and she'll be subbing up for our lovely number 3 Kaio due to the amount of fouls being drawn. Engari kei te pai.
Here is Sophie Rogers off the McDonald on ball. Little hesitation. Finds her sister Emma to the hoop and draws the hara. And will shoot 2.
Much better position there for Aquinas. Sophie Rogers got downhill, played off 2 feet, kicked it out to her sister, and that long closeout situation for Emma Rogers, she's going to feast on that all day, and then managing to draw the hara given they were out of rotation and still trying to recover into help. So Aquinas, they need more of that.
Haven't missed a free throw as yet.
Touch wood.
See? There's no curse in finals. There is no curse.
The sickness is gone. The curse is gone. Ka Waiheke will do a long pass and will come off the hand of Aquinas. Ka hoki atu te poro ki a rātou a Te Koutu. The ball will return to them at Te Koutu.
Well read there from Malone in the end, but you'd like to see her sit into her defensive stance a little bit earlier, not even allow that opportunity. As again, we're going to see a little box action here from Te Kura Te Koutu. Find a good shot underneath the good wall up, and it eventually means that a hara is called. Little discussion between the referees on who this is going to go on. And that is number 3 now on Sophie Rogers.
Ai, hara te rei te mea pai mo tēnei, te moata o te kēmu. It's going to be quite difficult this early on in our game. Waikimiha finds an opening.
Malone again tips the pass, and a block from Emma Rogers, but all the 50-50 balls seem to end up with Te Kura Te Koutu. Spin move, finds a player underneath, and what a finish off the Papamuri.
Ai, te atawa hoki o taua purei ki reira. Beautiful play, I would like to say. As I said at the beginning of our matchup, we did have a discussion about our plays, and Te Koutu just keeping it simple with a little dish off or passing cuts will do the job. Waiheke rushing towards the net, just on the baseline.
Great finish before by Sophie Rogers. Maya, that mid-range, it seems to be open the way the defense is set up.
It does. It's not the super high percentage shot. You'd rather try and get to the tapa or get to the kuri-tautuku line as Waiheke just so close to burying that one. But, you know, at this point for Aquinas, they have an open shot and they bury it like that. I think they'll take it, but it's just wanting to execute more here on the offensive end. And that's a good look for Sophie Rogers here.
Looking for back-to-back Paketes. Offensive tūrapa, McDonald. Emma Rogers, step back, Kuruwhiwhi Toru is short.
There it is again, te tāhua hoki o te taipore. Nice defense there from Te Koutsu. Normally they've been getting around that screen or trying to get through it. And a hara will be called.
Not too sure, Maya, how Emma Rogers got caught up in that, but she did. That's a hara.
Yeah, it's a tough gig there for Emma Rogers as we see a Waiheke here from Te Koutsu. I don't know, that's a tough gig right there. I thought she did a good job at fighting over that screen, but I'm not a referee for a reason.
Second timeout here taken by Te Kura Te Koutsu. Pokaho, given how early it still is in the second quarter, interesting given they're in the ascendancy to take their last time out of the half here.
I wouldn't have a clue as to why she would want to keep using the timeout so early in our game. Engari, it seems as though for that last play for Aquinas, Waiheke did leave Miss Emma Rogers open for that shot after that screen. Normally they've been trying to slip through those screens and trying to get past the fight as defenders. Engari, that shot there just proved otherwise that it was quite difficult to get back that rebound. So they don't want to take any chances. They know that Aquinas is a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, they're not going to take any chances on this play.
Maya, this has to be a little reprieve for Mike Rogers. Usually when you are down in a match, you want as many opportunities to talk to your team as possible. What do you think the key tone of this conversation is about?
I think there's going to be a little smoke lit up in that Aquinas timeout, to put it respectfully. Yeah, a lot of it comes down to the energy and willingness to actually execute what he's talked about and, you know, just give it to them, right? Like Te Koutsu are 100% giving it to Aquinas, and I feel like some of that energy is not being given back, and they have every ability to do so. So interesting to see how they approach this coming out of the Waiheke.
Kei waho tērā, he Kuruwhiwhi Toru comes off the tapa there. Ka hoki atu te poro ki a rātou o Aquinas.
Gillard there with her fourth rebound of the game. Emma Rogers again finds Gillard, and it gets a lovely roll. That's a nice look, Maya.
That's exactly what you need to do. The Rogers sisters draw so much attention. There is always going to be someone else that's open. It's exactly what they need to do.
And again, tūrapa number 5 for Gillard as she draws the hara. That is going to be the toru hara for Te Kura Te Koutsu.
Ko Waiheke tērā on her second foul on the second quarter, being one of the star players on the Te Koutsu team. She doesn't want to be drawing any more than that in the current situation.
Here come Aquinas again. Interesting, almost looked like Sophie Rogers was trying to paint that physicality there, Maya. But a good look in the end for Aquinas, even though it didn't drop.
Nice little blur screen there from Sophie Rogers, and again, 2 foot in the rohi kuru, kick out, open Kuruwhiwhi Toru for her sister. Not a bad look.
Kimi Rautaki ai rata Te Koutsu tries to dish it into the key just a little bit too fast, but drives in anyway, and there she is, Marua Waidea, again proving ahakoa he iti he paunamu. No matter how small, there is good strength within.
Rogers Kuruwhiwhi Toru. Maya, back-to-back good looks. Not often that Sophie Rogers is going to get that early from behind the three-point line.
Yeah, you don't totally hate it. You know, she's a good three-point shooter. She hit 5 this morning. Maybe a little bit early, but again, you're not going to complain about a wide-open look given this deficit right now.
Away comes Te Kura Te Koutsu. Happy just to change up their ball handlers. Again, step through, tough look off the Papa Moody, and the great finish.
Beautiful effort there and work from Waikimi here. Koe ara te pau o Te Kura o Te Koutsu. Well done ki a koe hine.
Sophie Rogers, little hezzy to the hoop, draws the hara. And it will go to the line. Going into the bag there a little bit, Maya.
Yeah, I like that from Sophie Rogers. Just starting to manipulate the defense a little bit more and be a little more clever about how she's actually going to get to the rohi kuru. She's probably had a lot of success in this tournament, just beating players off the dribble with that little hizzy. So nice to see her getting in her bag a little bit more, and massive kudos to Kotu from how well they've defended the Rogers sisters today. What a talented squad.
As we have a look there at the cheer squad for Aquinas College. Don't forget, after this one, we're going to have the boys single A final. Ngāti Atia taking on the Aquinas boys. So hope still for a double championship.
It seems as though the Aquinas girls have yet to miss a free throw. Is that correct?
That is correct. 7 for 7.
Well done. And as I speak, the free throws will now go to the way of the Kotu for Amaya Edwards.
Do we have a count on the offensive two-dappers there, Andrew?
I will have a look for you, Maya. Only because
Sorry to be a pain. Sorry to be a
only
pain.
because you asked so nicely.
Using my manners.
Offensive for Te Kotu, they are a little bit behind, so there was 7. I'm assuming that might be now number 8.
It's pretty dangerous for Aquinas. You don't want to climb above that 10-point mark. Actually, in a game, let alone in a half.
Dream situation here for Aquinas. Loose ball foul will be 2 shots. Should be 2 shots. Why is that not 2 shots? Did I miss something? I thought there was a hudder.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Andrew.
It seems as though Waikimihia probably stood out before the free throw was taken.
The voice of reason in the commentary booth. Sophie Rogers, Kuruwhiwhi Toru, again off the back of the tapa.
Oh boy, that's just what the coach wants to do. I reckon that's what the plan is try to keep the Rogers sisters, trying to keep them out of the key. They know that they are capable of driving within and getting some good points and some good hara. And by keeping them out, it lowers the chances of them getting those Kuruwhiwhi Toru.
Once again, tip pass, but it goes straight to Te Kotu. No good. Away comes Sophie Rogers. We tick under 2 minutes to go in quarter 2. And another hara drawn on Te Kotu. A few players on 2 fouls. Kyle is on 2, Kohanui is on 2, and then Wairea Tamai is on 2 as well.
I think it's quite unfortunate for Aquinas. Emma Rogers and Sophie Rogers, typically high caliber 3-point shooters, can't buy a bucket today. Oftentimes it's in the big stage where maybe you don't convert as well, and you know, you'd hope for the sake of this game that in the second half maybe the tapa's a little bit nicer to them.
Engari ki te mōhio mātou, we definitely know that with those Rogers girls, that once they start getting in their groove, they will make a lot of those shots count.
Would you believe that was the first missed Kurutatuku for Aquinas?
2 minutes to play now.
Took a while. They are now 7 for 8, which you'd still love if you're a coach. Out of bounds, it's going to be Aquinas ball. Maya, still plenty of time for them to get it under 10 points by half-time. Do you think there'll be a little win for Aquinas in the back end of the second quarter?
Yeah, it's very encouraging being able to go into that half-point mark where we might see it here as Gillard just off the Papa Moody there. But that would be very encouraging for them, and you know, they'd have a little bit of momentum behind them that would push them swiftly into the second half. But they've got to get stops in order for that to happen.
That'll be the first for Gillard.
Mai tāhua nei, we have Waikimihia sitting on the bench. They don't want to be using her too much and drawing any more fouls later in this game. Good drive attempt there from Miss Kyle while she still can, while she's on the court.
Here comes Emma Rogers, a little bit of a pep in her step at the moment. Sophie Rogers gets set. Kuruwhiwhi Toru Maya. Great look.
I think I just spoke that completely into existence.
You did, 100%.
Thank you, Sophie Rogers. No commentators curse up here. That's very good for Aquinas' momentum as we speak.
We only speak in commentator blessings.
Almost returning the favour there, Miss Kyle. It seems as though with that big po missing for the defence, Waikimihia gone on the bench. They are getting a lot more movement inside of the key.
And even though travel called, I like the offense where the Rogers sisters are catching the ball on the move, not stationary.
We're just about to say, she caught that with a lot of momentum and then had that spin move that looked quite nice, just lost her footing, but it's a good way to beat good defenders and get yourself into a good spot to look at the tapa.
Another harder call that is going to go to the line. Te Koto, just something on the field goal percentages. For Te Koto, they have come down to 45%. They were at 59% partway through the second quarter. Aquinas ticking up. They were at 22%, now at 27%.
Like the emphasis on that.
Well, I don't want people think I'm talking about trading stocks here.
I'm glad you clarified that.
Why do I get that?
Super
Why do I
glad
get
you
that? Ka whai te raringi kuru tautsuku ko te whiutuarua. And we'll make it in, Miss Kaio. Just 40 seconds left on our clock. Aquinas' ball. 13-point lead Te Koto has.
Interesting to see here. They're going to go for a quick shot, try and get one more. As Rogers puts the ball on the floor. Lovely kick to the corner. Rogers to the hoop. Lovely finish. Good patience there. Could have easily gone earlier, but decided to wait for an even better shot.
All right, way to get past those defenders. Waiheke Inaile. 10 seconds left on the clock. Possibly just trying to draw some time here before a plan has been created, which will be He Kuru Whiwhitoru. And that will end our second quarter, aka our first half of the game.
And Te Koto leading Aquinas 43-32. We're going to take a quick break in the commentary booth and come back to you with a little halftime analysis.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times. It's a real privilege, but you know, for us, we want to see others get involved in this. This is not a selfish thing for Apollo. This is about how can we get, whether it's construction or other businesses, to get involved in this.
There's a lot of things that kids miss out on, and so to have businesses step up and want to be involved and to help is a game changer for schools. It really is.
E tino aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. E pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. Now I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer. Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanuia.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs, going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle? He's the man.
The biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā women.
That's not true. Bring it on.
Whakanuia. Te whakapāhoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
He tino pai e nei ringi tō tātai kura nā te mea ka haere ki raro me te ki runga mō ngā pepe me ngā tuakana o tō tātai kura. I he pai e nei, ringi mō tō tātai kura nā te mea ki te prakati mata I te poitu kohu me te tai atu mea. He tino pai tēnei ki tō tātai kura nā te mea he mātātau tēnei o te mautere.
Before we had the hoops, we had to use our hands and we had to use wire. We used a clothesline and the trees, and then we moved on to a kid's hoop, and then we moved on to the hoops that we got.
I like the hoops at school because they're better than the old ones, and we use them a lot more. It's cleaner, sleeker design, and from the swish of the basketball hitting it to just making a basket in general and the connections that it can help you make with people.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Welcome back here to Fly Palmy Arena, and we had some excitement at halftime. We had the Foot Locker halftime shootout for $100, and it was hit. So let's have another look at it.
Once again, massive shout out to all our sponsors.
Yes.
The celebration is wild.
Easy buckets. Of course, my name is Andrew Horrocks alongside Pukaihae Short and Maya Williamson. Firstly, for you, Pukaihae, sorry. Takuta, great lead here with 43 points early. Absolutely fizzing on the offensive end. What do you think they need to keep doing to continue on and potentially take out this win in the grand final?
Beautiful question there, Andrew. And just for me, for this Kemu, I see that unfortunately a lot of our main players are drawing a lot of fouls, so they're a bit, I would say, scared on the opposite end. And to get some more offensive plays, as we see, there's only an 11-point lead. That isn't much, so it's not as though we can sit comfortably and say, let's do some more, let's try some new things. They're just going to keep doing what they do best, and that is driving to the hoop and try to draw in some more points. Engari, it seems with the player switches that it's becoming a bit of a struggle, and Aquinas is beginning to develop defenses to block off those paths. Engari rā. But yeah, I believe that Takotu just keeps doing what they're doing, sticking to their basics, and we'll just go from there.
Maya, for you, Aquinas, we see a little bit of face painting going on in the crowd.
Are those minions? Oh, they're embarrassed now. They're on the... I feel like we've got a little bit of an initiation going on.
I feel like no kid is ever embarrassed these days, but in terms of the game, Aquinas College brought it back to an 11-point game. What do you think that they can keep doing to get themselves back into this and potentially win the game?
Look, one of those last possessions there for Aquinas at the tail end of that half was a lot more patient. Sophie Rogers, she kicked, she relocated, got the ball back, and then was easy to go downhill into the rohikuru and got a nice little open bucket, really. So for them, it's moving the portal first, moving the kaipare as the defenders, and then using that space to get Sophie and Emma to go downhill. And the important part of that also is playing off 2 feet. I found the execution in that tail end of that half was way better, and that's what's brought it to a 10-point game. But it's not all offense as well, Andrew. It's also the defensive side of things, getting stops, taking away the strength of the other team, and boxing out, finishing possessions.
Just taking a look at the box score, and we've got joint leading scorers for Te Kura Kotu. Waiheke Koanui has 13, as does Marira Wairea Taimai. And then for Aquinas, Sophie Rogers leading the way with 18 points. No one else in double figures. Next closest is her sister Emma Rogers. Of the 37 shots, Maya, those two have taken 27, but would we have expected anything different?
No, not surprised whatsoever in that sense. Watch them as we see our wonderful basketball Manawatu volunteers. Watch them obviously in their semi-final. That last quarter, Sophie and Emma did not play, and the offense looked completely different, and that just goes to show the talent of those two sisters and how much of the offense they can shoulder. So yeah, not surprised by that statistic at all, and it'll continue on that trend, I'm sure.
Of course, big thank you to our sponsors, Foot Locker, Whakata Māori, for bringing you these images, Lion Foundation, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Molten, NZCT for wins. And can we just shout out and talk about for a minute basketball Manawatu having to help out with 9 different courts all at once. They are doing an absolutely incredible job. So we're about to get underway here, and it will be Aquinas ball. Rogers to Rogers, looks like it'll be the inbound. Looks like they're just waiting for the score bench. Score bench are ready to go, so it'll be Aquinas through Sophie Rogers with the first. And a very early double there. They're going to be face guarding Emma Rogers here, Maya. Interesting decision.
Yeah, I would think that they would throw that deny at Sophie rather than Emma, but I guess if you can neutralise Emma, you're taking away one big threat, and then this matchup here with Waiheke on Sophie, maybe not a bad shout.
McDonald can't convert, but the turapa into the hands of Gardner.
Right, the coaches definitely doing their homework on those Rogers girls. Definitely a force to be reckoned with, those two. Engari rāka hoki mai a Waiheke, now switching sides. Going to make her way to the basket with a nice spin move, just as practiced.
Looked like the last basket was put up on the wrong side, but that will all get corrected, I'm sure, in due time. As the Aquinas crowd making themselves heard, Emma Rogers tries to create the contact. Ball is still live. Everyone there just stopped for a second, and the score has been corrected, 45-34. So that's going to be on Emma Rogers. That will be her second of the game.
I think she's done a relatively good job on Waikeme here. Obviously, that's a very tough matchup. Waikeme here is extremely strong and actually can play the 5 on an international stage, as she's proven to. So, tough matchup for Emma Rogers, but a good containment so far.
Gillard with rebound number 7. Here's Emma Rogers to the hoop, offensive foul. And that is going to be Hara number 3 on Emma Rogers. Maya, you've got to think it is not going to affect the decision to keep her in the game.
Given he's kept Sophie Rogers in the game, he's definitely going to keep Emma Rogers in the game. You can sense her frustration, throwing her shoulder out after not getting a few foul calls, probably thinking that she maybe got rolled on a couple of calls with a lot of contact happening. But I think for Emma Rogers, she just needs to play off 2 feet. She's going to be able to create for herself and finish over the kaipare if she does play off 2 feet.
Right, te play hoki o rātou te taipare o te Koutsu, just going to go for Kuriwhiwhi. Tori will bounce off the end of the tapa. Engari ko whai te tū para hoki, gets that rebound. Waikeme here now, finding her match. That is Rogers, tries to tip it over.
Away come Aquinas through Emma Rogers. It's 2-on-1 for the Rogers. Sophie and 1. And back to a single-digit game, Maya. Dream start in quarter number 3 as we have a look at here on the baseline replay.
The easiest basketball to play is transition basketball, and then being able to get stops, create turnovers, and then capitalise in transition is going to make massive inroads at making this more of a competitive game, as we've just seen, back in single digits.
Subs in for Aquinas as McDonald takes a seat. And a little bit of a discussion here between the referees. Not too sure what they're trying to decide here.
Kia ora kune whakaaro he pai tēnei mō te kura o te koutu ki te whai a Rauanga Rogers. It's going to be a bit of a good thing for te koutu to try to get those Rogers to draw some more fouls, as they are the 2 strong po of Aquinas. Definitely the top scorers and not afraid to push against te koutu as they are doing quite well defending.
Sophie Rogers with one more. And again,
haven't missed a free throw yet.
9 for
Rogers.
10. They've missed 1, but that is an electric start. Maya, how often do you see teams shoot 90% from the free throw line?
Especially in a grand final, not very often.
Here comes Emma Rogers again. Happy just to slow things down a little bit with a dribble handoff. Back into the hands of Sophie Rogers. Could have Toto. This could be huge.
Ka whai ake a Waiheke. We know how she is speeding down the court, not afraid to get to the basket and put it back. And there it is. Beautiful karanga there from our girls on the bench. Making a 10-point lead.
Bit of a 5-point play there, Maya. Could have been cut to 5 as the Hara is called. Now back to 10. Those Kuruwhiwhi Toros in these finals can just be such big momentum shifters.
Totally agree, and Sophie's already hit one and seen it go through, but clearly just that wasn't enough, and it's the big stage once again, a lot of pressure on Sophie to create offensively. I guess pretty tough gig for her, and if you're going to settle for those, it's going to be tough. And that's a great look. Again, the simple looks that Aquinas can create for themselves purely off a drive and cut. They need to do more of that.
Well, anytime you can post Malone, it's a good opportunity.
Keeps the ball alive to Kotsu. I agree with Aquinas' play just there. Bringing everyone towards Emma Rogers and then passing it out for a nice cut and a score. Need to do that a lot more often, keeping those Rogers the main focus for Te Koutu, so got to utilise that a lot more.
So pass there, it's going to stay with Aquinas. Little baseline option. Emma Rogers to inbound. Little cross screen here for Sophie Rogers, gets a bit of room. Kuruwhiwhi Toru, yes! Maya, back to 5 points.
That is so much better, and like you said, those Kuruwhiwhi Toru's massive momentum shifters. A stop here could be huge.
And they get it, Gillard with the rebound, number 8. Here's Emma Rogers to the hoop. And a timeout taken from Takuto to Kotu.
Closing in Aquinas. They're doing a great job of utilising the focus on those Rogers girls, as Te Koutu has been focusing on them a lot. Well, throughout the whole game, really, that has been their main focus. So to allow that focus to be on their side, and they have noticed that there's a lot more openings there on the opposite sides with the other players. So they're going to, of course, pass it to who's open, try to get those easy scores. And now that they know that they're in their groove, hopefully Te Koutu will realise that the Rogers girls are in their groove for shooting. So now it's going to be a lot harder for Te Koutu to focus on 2 things. It's either they're going to get their 3-point shots, or they're going to drive in and then fake them into another play. So now Te Koutu just trying to figure that out.
Myers gets louder and louder in this venue. Aquinas have all the momentum of late. Do you think there's any changes that they can make to potentially get themselves in the lead going into quarter 4?
We've seen a little adjustment in their offensive side of things, just their mere patience that they played with and just trying to make things easy for themselves. I think they overcomplicated it and trying to force up pretty tough contested looks at the beginning, but now they're getting 2 feet in the paint, playing off 2 and getting easy looks there off the Papa Moody like we saw for Emma Rogers, or obviously the Rogers sisters, like I've alluded to so many times, draw so much attention, 2 bodies every time they drive. That weak side cut always open. The last couple of positions they've found it, and they're letting their role players also contribute heavily, and just like that, a 3-point deficit.
Sophie Rogers now up to 26 points of the 44 that Aquinas have scored. Here's Takuta Otakotu. Still Wahine defense here from Aquinas. It's getting loud in the venue.
It's getting too loud to the point that it's struggled still for me to hear you guys. We do have Waikimi here back in the game also.
And it would have been such a tough look. Trying to figure out what the referee's actually trying to call there.
No mouth guard for Emma Rogers, so she'll have to take a seat.
Never an ideal situation for the coach to have a player sub like that. It used to be warnings, now it just seems to be straight substitutions. Times have changed, Maya.
Could that just be due to the finals, or is that just an overall new rule?
Overall new rule.
Oh, yeah.
Team Grey, don't mess about.
Here comes Sophie Rogers off the on-ball, just throwing defenders at her. Tries to find Malone.
Well done with the intercept there from Waikimi here. It will stay alive.
The razzle-dazzle footy here from Takuta Otakotu.
And we'll draw the kuru, or the hara for the kuru.
And so that is going to be 2 kuru tautukus here for Takuta Otakotu. And a chance just to get a little pep back in their step. Converts the first, back to a double possession game.
Kuru tautuku Tsuarua. Kua pai hoki tēnā for Kaio. A bit over the line, it seems as though it will just be a turn. Oh no, it was a subs, aroha mai, sub call. Kama whakarongo ki au e hoa.
Again, here comes Emma Rogers, 3-2 zone. And off the foot of Malone.
Will be a turnover to Takotu. Waikimi here will be taking it down court, possibly just rushing in all on her own, and it seems like the travel will be called.
The Aquinas faithful, Maya, are loving it.
They are. You can see the boys in the back there, the AC signs. People have put some hard money into making those signs. A great defensive stop there from Aquinas. A timely one at that. Sending bodies at Waikimi here, just rolling up. Perfect.
Still 3-2 zone. Looks actually more into Wahine to Wahine.
Wahike ready for the pass, beautifully intercepted, but still remains in the hands of Aquinas.
Emma Rogers off and on ball, gets a bit of space. Kuru Fifi Toru.
It is a dangerous play to allow these girls to get their space for those Kuru Fifi Torus.
And Malone is stripped. Is it going to stay Aquinas ball? No, it's not. Tough one to swallow there, Maya.
Back-to-back miss Kuru Fifi Torus for Emma Rogers. Don't say that sentence very often. It's a tough gig. We just can't put the ball on the hoop.
It's a good thing that it's quite an important thing to do as well.
Indeed.
2-3 zone here from Aquinas. Both teams sitting in zone. Little floater.
One nice floater. And the call will be to Aquinas. I'd just like to acknowledge the boys that we have from Te Kote on the opposite end of the court, as well as Ngā Taiatea joining in. Some 2 kura Māori coming in together, join forces, celebrate their teams.
Happy to be patient here, looking for Sophie Rogers. Gets the ball on the right. Little jab step going, baseline, draws the hara, and that is going to be hara number toru on Takuta Otakotu. Maya, do you like that option, that offense, or is there something that you saw they could change?
I like that runner action and Sophie Rogers getting that catch on the break. Then using that shot fake to get Maya Edwards just up a little bit and then utilising that advantage. Always the corners are open, so that runner play, a great one.
Leaving the sisters open yet again.
Emma Rogers with another great look, Maya. You can't do much more than it as a coach, can you?
You just can't complain about it. Just lit on the run for Emma Rogers today.
Sending it outside. Ite Kokona. Kyle with the ball, currently trying to make her way through.
And blocked by Gillard and just dribbled the ball out of bounds as she was trying to corral it. And it's only going to get louder and louder in the stadium. Don't forget, we've also got the boys' final after this. Ngātahatia up against Aquinas College, their boys' team with a opportunity themselves. Discussion here by the referees. I like this, just taking the time. They can't hear themselves either in the stadium, so just got to make sure that they've made the right calls, Maya.
Yeah, they've got to ensure that they are getting everything right to be in fairness for both sides here, and that is why they've been appointed a single A girls final.
Ka pai mā waihe ki te pōro, ki te rāringi timata on the baseline. Hoki atua Waikimi hia, kurite ai, ki te kimi rautaki, ki te kimi ai te ara, just finding a path there. He kuri whiwhi toru pea, comes off the tapa into Aquinas' hands.
Here comes Emma Rogers again, off to the races. Doesn't matter how many games they've played, they still find energy. Sophie Rogers, Whiwhi toru, and now has 29 in the game.
Sophie Clutch Rogers, you can call her, and that is a massive bucket. Unsure as to why. No hand from Takotu, but if she can get on a roll, it's going to be dangerous.
And a chance, who would have thought a quarter ago that Aquinas could tie the game up on this position.
Substitutions coming in for Takotu, being Amaya Edwards coming out for Mārewa Wairea Tāmai.
And just looking at the turnovers, that's now 10 for Takuta Otakotu and 14 for Aquinas, as we see a timeout taken. And would you believe that is the second timeout taken of the half, if that is correct, already from Takuta Otakotu?
Oh, the second timeout, aye.
Might be the first, maybe the school bench just made a little error there, but...
Yeah, I don't know about that. Aquinas had one. And
let me have a look at the play-by-play, see if I can find it. It wouldn't be the first time I've got a timeout roll. Shout out Josh Davis.
Nevertheless, Koe Kahu, what do you think the korero is here from Takotu?
Well, they've definitely noticed that our girls, the Rogers girls, are capable of shooting those threes. They've been catching up ever so slightly to the lead. And as you can see, they're just 2 points behind now, the Rogers, Aquinas, sorry. And they're 2 points behind now, and they're taking lead on these shots, taking good leads on these shots, screening out our Kotu girls and opening those shots for Sophie and Emma. So they are at dangerous figures now. And I believe Takotu needs to figure out something they can do in order to stop those two getting around those screens without letting the key so open for our other players.
As we see teams coming back out on the floor. And Maya, Aquinas, I thought out of timeouts in the first half. We're just gingerly coming back onto the court. They sprinted out of that timeout back on to keep this game going.
Yeah, not sure how they still have so much energy, given these guys have played a majority of the game. But I guess it is the final game. You've got to leave it all out there.
Emma Rogers gets the ball back on the left-hand side. Little punch screen. Is she going to pull it up? She does. Kuruwhiwhi toru. That would have been for the lead, and now it's a 2-on-2 fast break. Little floater is short, and Emma Rogers will come away with it for Aquinas. Kicks ahead to her sister Sophie. Pull up, Kuruwhiwhi toru.
And locks it down, bringing back the lead for Aquinas.
Sophie Rogers over 30 points. Aquinas take the lead. I didn't think I would be saying that at this point in the game, but here we are.
Definitely in their groove now, and we'll take the reach as well. That'll leave Sophie Rogers on her fourth foul, I believe.
And it is. I thought that was going to be on to McDonald's. Having a look here at the heat check, Maya.
Dangerous now, though. Potential for her to exit the game on another hudder. And that could very much change the result of this game. She's going to have to be very, very careful.
Due to their carefulness, though, it might allow Takotu to drive in a lot more freely, just keeping away the Rogers girls as well as Aquinas themselves. There we are. She had to stand back there just because she knows that she's on her fourth foul. So this might be a bit of a good thing for Takotu. Great cut there.
Maya, I just wonder, even though she's on an absolute heat check, does Aquinas have to try and get Emma Rogers going again in case Sophie gets fouled out?
I think it's not a bad shout from you, Andrew. I think Emma Rogers is very capable of scoring. Would I try to get her going from beyond the arc? Possibly not. Would I try to get her going downhill on her left hand? Absolutely.
Waiheke driving through all the way, brings it home, taking back the lead, Port Takotu by just 3 points.
And Emma Rogers here, happy to go over the screen from her sister with the left hand, throws it up, and once again it's Post Malone in close with the easy pakite there, Maya.
Olivia Malone, a really good piece to this Aquinas team. Does the 1% as well, rebounds well, finishes well at the Papamuri in the tapa. There's a tough little goody Vicky there from Waikimi here.
Waikimi here. Mauri ora ki a koe hine.
The game is alive and well. Sophie Rogers on the right-hand side comes off her sister's on ball. A second on ball from McDonald.
And the rebound is theirs.
And crucial there for Aquinas to get back to the line where they've had so much success thus far in the game.
Touch wood.
And a timeout taken from Aquinas. Maya, what do you think they're going to be talking about?
I think they're going to have to talk about defensively not letting Waiheke Kohunui just get downhill like she is. Possibly a change of their defense. What I do like from teams is when they throw different defenses at teams and force them to adjust on the fly. And obviously a quick kōrero with Sophie Rogers about her foul trouble and ensuring that she doesn't. But I think offensively it's about searching for the same kind of shots and possibly a kōrero about how we can get Emma Rogers to continue to go downhill. I think the kōrero is for her there as well, is playing off 2 feet, but much of the same, right? You got to continue on this momentum and use it while you have it.
As we see in the background, Alex Stojkovic actually on screen, just casting his eye above things.
King.
And both teams now with a little 10-second warning to come back in. Both teams in bonus. And just looking at the leading points, Kalikaio now in double figures with 10. Waiheke Kohunui with 17. Douglas Corona with 12. And Wairea Tamai with 15. For Aquinas, Sophie Rogers 32. Emma Rogers is the next highest on 8. It has been a one wahine show thus far.
It's getting loud in here, Te Whānau. It's getting louder and louder. More kura coming in to support, more whānau coming in to support our girls here on the main court in our finals, quarter 3. With just under a minute left to go. Aquinas at the Kurutautuku. I believe that'll be the second miss of free throws. Waikimi here getting ready to pop out on offense. And there we go. Kaio, mana te pōro to Waiheke. Making their way in yet again, cuts into Waikimi here.
And interesting, Maya, Sophie Rogers sat after that timeout. Mike Rogers is trying to give her a little break.
I think it's a smart decision there, especially for the tail end of this quarter, as Emma Rogers should be thanking the basketball lord that she finally got a foul call, but a smart business decision from Mike Rogers to sit Sophie, especially with 50 seconds left in this quarter. You don't really need her for the tail end and just ensure she doesn't get into some deep, deep trouble at the end of this quarter.
Emma Rogers here to shoot 2, converts the first.
It's as if she does this every day. Not surprised if she does. Yeah, not surprised. I was gonna say.
1 point game. Takura Takotu potentially their final possession of the third quarter of the 2024 Girls Single A Final.
Waikimi here making her way in, but Waiheke Hekuru Whiwhitoru comes off the rim, but the position is still theirs. Out to the corner there.
Still a differentiator between shot clock and game clock.
Gets the third rebound, Waiheke.
And now they're going to hold it for the last shot. Here, Takura Takotu, lovely cross to the hoop.
And we draw the and one for Waiheke just at the last 3 seconds. And one Kiaya drawing the lead and can make it 1 more point.
That should be on number 7. Shadeen McDonald, that will be Hara number Toru.
Beautiful Euro step there from Waiheke, getting past all the defenders there. And
1
Emma will
second to
hold.
go. Will Rogers get it up? As it hits the Foot Locker sign, Maya, she wanted the extra $100 herself.
Thank you, Foot Locker. Beautiful sponsor you are.
So 3/4 time. Te Kura 57, Aquinas College 54. Maya, I'm going to come to you first for Aquinas College. Really found something there in Sophie Rogers. What can they do? Either A, to keep her going into this 4th quarter, or B, get someone else going to try and take out the girls' single A championship.
I've been awfully surprised at the coverage on her, going under the screens typically and not forcing her to put the ball on the floor but allowing her to shoot it. Very surprised at that coverage. Maybe there's been some kind of corridor around that, but if she can continue that heat check, then you sure as hell want to go ahead with that. But if they can stick to that simple yet effective offense that they had going, working the ball a little bit, then getting them going downhill and finding some cutters from the weak side. I know that they found a lot of success in that, and you can imagine with the heat check of Sophie Rogers here, she's going to draw a lot of attraction, which will open up pretty easy looks and pretty easy cuts for some of their other pieces, I guess you could say. But defensively is going to be a huge thing as well, getting stops and also getting two-duppers, boxing out and just allowing second chance opportunities for Te Kotu.
Te Kotu had such a great start to this game, lost their way a little bit and then took the lead back. What do they need to do to close this one out?
Oh, they definitely realised how much they were in trouble about Emma and Sophie managing to get beautiful threes and amazing shots, the majority of them being nothing but the net, which was extremely satisfying on my end. Engari, ikimi ai rata tētahi rautaki just to find and make sure that they can keep them out, and that includes drawing more fouls to Sophie. Now she's on her 4th, she is definitely in trouble. She doesn't want to reach in. She's been backing off a lot throughout the defense in the key. She is starting on the 4th quarter, so we'll see how long she will hold out against Te Kotu, because they love to push the key. They love to push for the pakete.
Now, just before we get back underway here in quarter number 4, the single A trophies have been renamed for 2024. So firstly, for the girls, is now known as the Nairi League Cup, who's been involved with basketball for over 70 years, including 30 years she spent at Rotorua Girls High School. So awesome that we can look to the past and then also the future with the single A as the hara is called, and it is going to be the first hara on Te Kura Te Kotu.
Right, ko Ngahi Ratatera, number 41, it will be her 3rd foul, I believe, of the game.
Good to see the medals already set up and the trophies as well.
Beautiful looking medals there.
Emma Rogers, can she get something going? Here's Gillard, finds Sophie Rogers. And just gets the angle wrong there. Good defensive stop from Te Kura Te Kotu.
Right, ko Waikimi Hiatera, definitely that strong po. Gonna keep her defense strong there in the middle alongside her offense. Managed to get the rebound as well to put it back, securing that 5-point lead currently.
First time it's been a 2-possession lead for a while. 9 minutes to play. Sophie Rogers rejects the on-ball screen, looks for Malone.
Waikimi has it as Waiheke rushes her way down the left side of the court, meeting 3 defenders there. But she doesn't care, she will go through the baseline and score herself yet another one. Trying to score as many points as they can. That is Te Kotu just as we start off this 4th quarter.
Sophie Rogers off the on-ball. Thought she might pull up there, gets all the way to the hoop and the easy basket line. They need a lot more of that.
Yeah, much better there from Sophie Rogers, just being a little bit more patient and actually creating some separation with her jump stop step through. Like I said, need more of that.
Kotu playing it patiently, playing the long game. Just thought that was going to be a pass there for a second, but she manages to shoot up, possibly trying to draw the foul there from Gillard, as she is a strong defender there in the post.
11th rebound for the game for Gillard. She has been an absolute pillar of strength on the two-uppers as Emma Rogers. Still, Maya, she's taking good shots. It's going to fall at some point. She's too good for these not to fall.
Yeah, I believe in Emma Rogers, but it kind of gets to that point where you ask the question, does she keep taking them because they are, in theory, good looks that she continues to miss? Or do you encourage her to try and attack downhill instead. Very hard question to answer, depends on coach's philosophy. If I'm her, I'm definitely switching it up between settling for those kura whiwhi torus and getting to the tapa.
Geez, how deep that could have gone, Maya.
I mean, I can keep going for the entire 7 minutes 52 if you want.
I've listened to your podcast, I know you can.
You have a podcast? Oh, I see. I got the joke there.
No,
No, she doesn't
you
have a
do?
podcast.
Oh, what
check
the
out
heck?
the ramble on Spotify
Oh my gosh.
if you haven't already.
Right, put it in there, put it in there.
Keep tuned for the Poakai podcast as well.
Will that be on the same feed or a different feed?
You'll have to see.
Kuru Tautaku comes out, belonging to Aquinas now.
McDonald comes down into the hands of Emma Rogers. Punch screen from her sister, Sophie. There's that 45 cut we talked about earlier in the game.
Gallard's there. Safe will bring it back to Emma. Gallard strong post here.
Little baby hook shot. And another Hara called. Maya, she just got caught trying to chase the ball after the shot missed.
You typically see that with players who miss a shot that they would love to take back, so they give that frustration foul. Very typical thing we see here in our beautiful game of basketball. But you don't want to give up too many of those, especially Gillard, who's going to be a large rebounding presence for this tail end of our single A girls final.
He kuru Tautaku, aroha mai, he kuru whiwhi toru there, just a bit long, just hit off the tapa for Waikimi here.
There's a waiata there from the bench of Te Kura Tukotu. Sophie Rogers to the hoop, tough look.
Waiheke will make her way past Gillard. And unfortunately, this is her first open layup.
Both teams just getting caught up in close final nerves. Emma Rogers off a punch screen. Thought about pulling up there, decides not to. Sophie Rogers.
Gillard's there. Tips it out of Gillard's hands. Waikimi here on her way down the left side. Her team is a bit behind, but she's ready to push through. There we are. We have our teammates ready to go. Pumped up the fake three and puts it up nicely. Waiheke, kura te take, he kohine kaha tērā I roto I tēnei kura o te koutu. Definitely someone to look up to for our tamariki back at home.
Timeout there, Aquinas. Mike Rogers, what's he got to do to get his team back as it's now blown out to a 7-point lead?
Two things, as I've said it over and over, feel like a bit of a broken record, but getting stops, allowing Waiheke Kohonui to go downhill to the tapa unguarded to her right hand is absolutely unacceptable in this point of the game. And offensively, you can see they're trying to get that 45 cut. But as Tukotu starts to read that a little bit more, you've got kickouts that are open still, so you don't need to force that pass. The cutters, they're creating more space for shooters on the outside.
Kaiho, the local schools are absolutely loving being on camera, aren't they?
Koea nei te rawe o te whānau kotahi, and that is Te Ao Māori. We love to support one another in this world. No matter what, even if we're a bit of a rivals, we will always be together in Te Ao Māori, and that's something beautiful that I would like to acknowledge.
So both teams getting ready to come back out on the floor. We can see just walking behind the team benches, the Aquinas boys. They've just finished their pre-warm-up. And so it's going to be Te Kura Tukotu ball. Oh, sorry, Aquinas ball. As they look to make their way back into this final, down 7, 6.5 minutes to play. Time is not the issue at the moment. Emma Rogers off an odd ball from Shady McDonald. Trying to get to the hoop, leaves it short. Maya doesn't need to be a mid-range shot there.
Waiheke making her way down the centre court. Draws nothing but net. There we go, off the Papamuri. Good Reikuru there, beautiful layup. Widening the gap between our points now.
Here's Sophie Rogers this time, little handoff, trying to get some movement, move the defense. Waihine to Waihine defense from Te Kura Tukotu. Emma Rogers. Tough look again, just a little long.
And Waiheke will make her way to the court yet again. A bit of a charge, nothing is called, unfortunately. We still continue on in this match.
Maya, would you say that was a charge or a blessing for Aquinas if there was no call there?
Definitely a blessing, that one. Sophie Rogers, I like her intention there to put her body on the line despite the circumstance, but very much needs to be careful. You never know what the team grade official is going to call. But I think more importantly for Aquinas here, it's getting a bucket in one of these next possessions.
Here is Sophie Rogers, gets bumped. Emma Rogers, Kuruwhiwhi Toru.
Gets the tūrapa there, Waiheke Kohunui Rio. She's going to wait for her team to arrive this time. She's going to make her drive a little bit later and will draw Bahara as well. And I believe that'll be it for Sophie Rogers for this game. Beautiful game that she's had this entire match, honestly. Any words on our girl Sophie Rogers for this game, Metefane?
Maya, firstly, how would you sum up Sophie Rogers' performance as she fouls out?
Look, a dominant performance from Sophie Rogers, 34 points, 4 rebounds, and a just advantageous performance for her in a very critical point of the game. Obviously, we call her Sophie Heat Check Rogers for a reason. Really played an integral part in her team, clawing back in this game. I believe that Aquinas can do it without her, but it's going to be way tougher.
Do you think that Sophie Rogers has a chance to make the tournament team?
Averaging 40 points? I'd say so.
Definitely a match and a tournament to be proud of.
Absolutely, she has showed up. Here's Emma Rogers to the hoop, tough look, draws for Hara.
Draws the foul, Aquinas back to the free throw line.
It just keeps getting louder and louder here in Fly Palmy Arena.
What was that?
As we having a look here in the action replay of the Hara.
Funny.
Don't worry, I heard you.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Some of your best work, Maya.
All my work is my best work.
Thanks.
Kapai on to our second kuru tautsuku now. Miss Emma. Heading towards Kotu Way. Just over 11 points ahead. Under 5 minutes left to go. 3 fouls each. This is definitely a close and interesting game happening. A lot more people are coming in for the finals. Showing up on this final quarter. The most intense part of this quarter, in fact. Drops the ball, but managed to keep it alive. Kaio will make her way in to Waiheke. Just for a quick 2 there. Knocks it in. Hekuru pika tēnā. A jump shot. Moriora ki a koe hine. 69-56.
Aquinas really needs some stops now. They're already down 13. Here's Emma Rogers into Gillard. Quick double. Dribbles away from it, and Maya, welcome relief for Aquinas.
Not a bad look there, and probably a smart strategy for Emma Rogers. Just giving the ball up, relieving herself some pressure, and letting Isabella Gillard use her height advantage and get a nice little go-ahead bucket.
Now we for Ngahirata. He kuru te pitori ki taia tiki ngā piro. Kits te kaumarua, 72 points now for te Kotu with a beautiful three-pointer there, Ngahirata.
Emma Rogers off the on-ball. Shane McDonald wide open in the corner. Gillard Kuruwhiwhi Toru. And you can't fault the effort of Aquinas, but Maya, they're really struggling to put down open looks, aren't they?
Yeah, sometimes it does just come down to execution like we've talked about, and for Aquinas just cannot buy a bucket at the minute. Emma Rogers had very unsuccessful day by her standards, currently only 13% from the field, 0 from 11 from beyond the arc, very uncharacteristic, and in that sense makes it very hard to come away with the win, especially now the absence of Sophie Rogers.
As we see a little bit of Hey Ya played in the background, a lot of AA teams starting to make their way out of the stadium, but a few sticking around as they should for finals night here for the single A schools.
Oh, we better watch it with these waiataras. I might start my karaoke.
And just to remind people, how does we differentiate between single A and AA? So single A, you either have to be under 300 enrolled students for same-sex or single-sex schools, and then you have to be under 600 for co-ed. So 72-58, Takuro to Kotu up over Aquinas, 3 minutes 47 to play. Ryan Doubledam always says it's the race to 75. Te Kotu only need 3 more points in that case. And a dream start in their comeback bid for Aquinas Mai. What did you see defensively from them there?
One more active hands there, being disciplined with their hands up and then getting them in the passing lanes. Obviously the little guards trying to get feet in the paint and find those little dish-offs. If they can tap those out of bounds, they're one step closer to a comeback.
Another Waiata on the bench of Te Kotu. Rogers, tough look. Malone again with another great offensive turapa. Gillard, yes, good basket, back to 12 points.
Utilising Gillard now in this later part of the game. Her tallness and her strength will definitely help provide a few more rebounds and a few more points to help out Aquinas in this last quarter. Waiheke trying to make her way in, behind the backspin move, just hits Tarata there, but brings it back to Te Kotu.
Gillard 1 point away from a double-double. Emma Rogers has a double-double. She has 10 points and 10 assists.
Holy moly.
Great assists,
and
honestly.
Then Douglas Corona has 14 points and 12 rebounds with 4 assists of her own. Waiheke Kainui needs 1 more rebound for a double-double. She has 29 points and 4 assists. Some stat stuffers on the court as Rogers again just long 1-on-2 situation.
And we'll draw the foul there. Waiheke, again, we've seen this multiple times throughout the game. She just rushes to the opposite side of the court. She takes her time halfway to ensure that there's a player there perhaps to draw that foul. And it's worked out quite a lot, honestly.
Rogers had done such a good job at walling up there, Maya, and then as the ball came out, just got caught with her arm reaching. Such an easy thing to do, isn't it?
100%, especially in the spirit of this game. Emma trying to get big plays and trying to get massive stops. But still, discipline, discipline, discipline.
Para kua pai hoki te kurutau skutuarua o Waiheke, the second one goes in.
Here comes Emma Rogers again. We're going to see an early on ball from Gillard. Sets it up nicely. Finds Gillard again. Hara is drawn. That's going to be Hara number 4 for Te Kotu. Pukaiho, with that, they can be a little bit more aggressive, can't they? Given they're not in the bonus.
Engarira, we can see that the majority of their teams are, the majority of the players of Te Kotu, especially the star players, are on 4 fouls already. So maybe this could be an opening for Aquinas, as they could be a little bit more rough into the key itself, a little bit more rough in going for those drives and those good kuru-rei.
Milan Garner doing a good job on the ball there. Te Kotu happy just to run the clock down a little bit into the corner.
Kyle makes it up to Waikimi here, dishes it in. Just with 1 second left on our stop clock, making the total of 75 points.
Just over 90 seconds to go. Still time for Aquinas, but it's going to get a lot more difficult. Here's Malone. We'll hand it off to McDonald. Can they get out of this right corner? Into Gillard. Spin with the left hand. And away comes Te Kotu in this position. Probably going to take the game under a minute to go.
Waikimi here will be drawing out a few defenders, just so that she can create an opening for Kyle there. Big Euro step. Unfortunately, Gillard, being the massive defensive pole that she is, she stands there tall and proud. See a bit of a hair tie there on the court, perhaps.
Yeah, you're not wrong, as again, another empty possession for Aquinas. And Te Kotu just going to slow the ball down here. Happy to take their time. Now 10 seconds to go. We're going to see a little punch screen. We do. Step back, Kurufifi, Tonu. Off to Papamuri, no good. And the Hara drawn. So Shady McDonald will go to the line.
Koe ara te karanga o Te Kotu. Mo ngā mara kai, our kumara that grow and prosper within Te Kotu, that's them chanting out a beautiful kapu in te reo Māori.
And so McDonald here will shoot 2. As again, people just filling in to the stadium here. Boys final still to come.
As they should.
Good sportsmanship.
I can't play Queensland. Yeah, that is our kai koe te koutu, making sure our kids are staying humble when it is time.
McDonald converts the
Beautiful
second. And we're going to see subs in, and for the first time in this game, Marika Riranui for Aquinas will enter the game.
I think it's been a well-fought game for Aquinas. Very impressive for them to come back and make a game of it. Was not looking that way early. Obviously, very disappointing, but a great fight nonetheless.
And no urgency shown here from Takuta Otakotu. And why should there be? Allow them just to enjoy this moment. And they are going to take the shot clock violation. And they're just going to let the clock run out.
Should be a bit more time extended onto the clock.
No, they're not going to let it run out. They're going to make Aquinas inbound the ball. So it looks like we're going to get 7.8 seconds on the clock, all the way up to 8. One more possession here for Aquinas. And it looks like they are just going to dribble the ball out as they shoot a final kuruwhiwhi toru. And your champions for single A girls, Takuta Otakotu. Pokaiho, what does that mean for the school?
Te kura kaupapa Māori o te kautu ko rātou ke ngā toa o tēnei o ngā whakataitai mō ngā A's mō ngā āru ko tērā nui. Ai ko te kautu tērā, kei runga no atu, ai kia koutou hoki a Aquinas. No mai ki tēnei o ngā whakataitai. Welcome to this top tier competition that you've made it out this far. You guys have done an amazing job. Both teams have done an impressive, amazing job getting to this stage. We'll thank all the teachers, all the coaches, all the whānau, all the players getting to this point in time. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. I'll move it over to you, Andrew.
Thank you so much for sticking with us. We're going to take a quick break. In fact, we might just run this haka out. And that's what it's all about. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with the boys' single A final. Nataratia taking on Aquinas.
Congratulations, Emily.
Pats. Raue. Pekka. Sino pai. Tai aha.
Ko mōhi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rākau.
Oi.
Croc. Manu kōrero. The makers of rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus.
Rangatira.
This season, Basketball New Zealand takes coaching to the next level. Featuring BNZ Kiwi Hoops and 2 Degrees Girls Got Game on Coachmate. For coaches, discover engaging practices with ready-made plans featuring easy-to-follow games that kids will love. Or tap into your creative side and make your own sessions with our library of great activities that you can learn in under 90 seconds. And level up your coaching skills with lessons, tips, and official resources. Managing a team this year? Get your team in sync with improved team management features, like sharing training and game information. Create polls, see who's attending practice, and communicate directly with parents to arrange things like carpools. Or just share the fun with photo uploads and team chat. Saying yes to coaching has never been easier. Download the free app now and support the next wave of basketball lovers to have their best season yet with Basketball New Zealand on CoachMate.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
an opportunity that we can't pass on.
No mai, haere mai, and welcome to Fly Palmy Arena for boys Single A final for 2024. Ko Andrew Horrocks Tokawengoa alongside Maya Williamson, and soon to be joined by Pukaho Short. We've got Aquinas taking on Ngātai Atia, two teams who know each other very well from qualifiers as well in the Single A North Island Championships. And we're going to get into the team list straight away. Maya, do you want to take it away with Aquinas College?
Kia ora. Thank you, Andrew. Sure thing. We have number 3, Michael Wade, number 2, Tom Geron, number 8, CJ Flavel, number 12, Kai Mani Komoana, number 9, James Prince, 6, Luca Mahi, 5, Isaiah Berry, 11, Dan Day, 1, Yam Benedict, Tabard Long, 4, Zachariah Bauer, and 16, Nat Jardin. Coached by Ben Taggart and assisted by Alex Stojkovic. We caught up with them earlier.
Hello and welcome. We are joined by the Brains Trust of Aquinas College, both Alex Stojkovic and Ben Taggart. Gentlemen, hard road so far, but more of an uphill battle to go. How's the team feeling going into the next game?
You go.
Pretty good. We have had a bit of up and down games. Like, we started slow in a few games, so but no, the boys are really looking forward to tonight.
Anything from you, Alex?
Well, I think playing Ngātai Atea, that's always going to be a tough game. We played them in the final at the North Island Champs, sneaked out the victory, relied a little bit on Kai Mani Komoana, who scored 61 points in the final, so I feel like he bailed us out in that game a little bit. But we know Ngātai Atea is going to give us a tough fight, so I'd like to think it's going to be a very competitive final.
Fantastic. And just for Tauranga basketball in general, great to see that you guys have been able to progress through and be here at the business end of the tournament. Some of the guys really showing out, really impressive. As you said, a 60 ball to go through to beat the team previously, but we've got 0 at the moment. Anything from the coaching's perspective that you're looking to change or you've learned from the last game that you might use into this one? Any tips and tricks?
Well, I think for us, last time we played them, I felt like we're a little bit ill-disciplined at times, especially on the defensive end. I think if we can tidy those things up, shoot the ball with confidence, I think we should have a good chance, I guess.
I need a little bit from you too, please, Ben.
I guess for me, it's just on the defensive end. As long as we're crashing hard and doing our job on the defensive end, I think that towards the end of the game we'll be there, definitely.
Thank you so much for your time, gentlemen. All the best. Good luck.
Great words there from not only Greg Elliott, but both coaches. We're now going to direct your attention courtside. We'll take a look at the Aquinas run to the final. And Maya, I'm not going to say easy run because every team at Nationals is good, but they've made pretty short work of everyone, haven't they?
Yeah, pretty dominant team, this Aquinas College team, so very much earned their stripes being here to try and go one better than their performance last year in the boys' grand final.
We're now going to go down courtside for the team introductions and then the national anthem.
Number 1, Yam Benedict Tabudlong. Number 2, Tom Geron. Number 3, Michael Wade. Number 4, Zachariah Bauer. Number 5, Isaiah Berry. Number 6, Luca May. Number 8, CJ Flavel. Number 9, James Prince. Number 12, Kai Mani Komoana. And number 16, Nat Jardin. Introducing Coach Ben Taggart, Assistant Coach Alex Stojkovic, and manager Laura Wade. Make some noise for Aquinas College. May I ask the lads to turn around and face the camera, please. There we are. And their opponents for this final match, welcome to the court, Ngā Taiatea Wharekura. Introducing co-captains, McKinley Wood and Waihoro Tauroa. Number 4, Tahukiterangi Harmon. Number 5, Taunui Lewis. Number 7, Uenuku Paiko. Number 9, Tumanako Clark. Number 10, Ruben Markiri. Number 13, Komai Winikere. And number 14, Taniora Peta. Kia ora, Coach Makaire Koroheke, Assistant Coach Tamapaki, and Manager Natalie Mueller. Homai te paki paki. The officials for this evening's game are referee Ballant Molnar and referee Austin Picard. Homai te paki paki, big round of applause for our referees. And for all those who are able, please stand for our national anthem.
Absolutely rousing anthem there. And so we take it to the other side. Pukaiho, the Ngātaʻatea team, can you take us through them?
Ai rā, ko tāku mihi atu ki a Ngātaʻatea. We'll go through our team list being number 4, Tahukiterangi Harmon, Katahi ko Taunui Lewis, McKinley Wood as our captain, Uenuku Paiko, Tumanako Clark. Number 10, we have Ruben Makiri. We also have our co-captain, Waihoro Taurua, Komai Winikere, and also Taniora Peta, as well as our coach being Mikaire Koroheke, assistant coach being Tama Paki, and our manager being Natalie Mueller.
We caught up with Mikaire just before the game. Let's hear what he had to say.
We are fortunate enough to be joined by none other than head coach Makaire. Makaire, huge final today. How are the boys feeling? Pumped, fizzed? How are they going?
Yeah, bit pumped for tonight. Of course, there's a bit of excitement and a bit of anxiety, but the boys are in a good headspace. They're ready for tonight, so it's good.
Now, what is it that is going to take to get the boys over the line and lift that silverware at the end of the day?
I think we just need to continue to stick to our game plan. We've had a few rough starts to our games this tournament, but if we stick to our game plan and come out early, we should be sweet for tonight.
All the best, Coach.
Always a massive fan whenever we can pick the brains of our coaches. Kaiho, as we take a look at the road to the final that Ngāta Ātia have taken. Haven't lost yet at these championships, only had a single loss in the qualifiers, and that was to Aquinas. Do you think they've got the confidence to be able to take down the team from Tauranga?
I believe with Ngāta Ātia Wharekura being a strong opponent for all teams that have been played throughout this tournament. Ngāta Ātia Wharekura has been one school that's always been a tough one, that's gone through many regionals and many nationals, and I believe today they maybe have what it takes to get there up on top. We have a strong team here qualifying, as McKinley Wood being our captain. Definitely a strong player here, as I've seen him growing up as well, being a star player, and the majority of his teams that he's played with. And this year alone, I see that he has become the young man to lead this team.
Well, Maya, Aquinas College, they were also 3x3 champions for secondary schools that we attended in Wellington. What would it mean, do you think, to them to be able to be dual national champions in a single calendar year?
I think that championship, the 3x3 one, gave them a vote of confidence that they can compete with AA talent, and that's a telling sign to be able to come here on the single A stage and equally compete. They have some very high caliber boys in Kai Mani Komoana, Money Mike Wade and CJ Flavel. The three-headed monster, some may say, and a pretty good ride for them here. And I think for a team that had to go down last year, second place in the final, and for Alex Stojkovic coaching these guys for a majority of their lives actually and basketball careers, this would mean so much. Believe it is his last year with Aquinas, so a championship here would mean the world.
Hot information off the press. Kaiho, what players should we be looking out for here on the Ngāta Ātia side?
I'd like to give a quick shout out to Waihoro Taurua, as well as Te Ahu ki te Rangi, being amazing three-point shooters in their team. I believe Waihoro, also known as Caden Taurua, I believe he scored up to 56 points against Te Kura o Te Kautsu in one of the previous games. And he, as well as McKinley Wood getting a total of 30 points, as well as Kormai, a tall, strong figure that boy is, dunking multiple times in many games. Definitely a tall, strong figure. We like to call him the beast of the team. And when he's released, you know, comes the term, release the beast himself.
So as the crowd is getting raucous and we're about to get underway, which way is this game going to go? Can I figure out which way you're going to go? Are you going to lead Ngāta Ātia?
I'm going to lead Ngāta Ātia on this game tonight.
What about you, Maya? Who do you think's going to take this one out?
Look, I'm challenging you on that. Aquinas College, they're champions today.
Well, that makes my job easy. I can just sit in the middle and delegate to you two as you look after your respective teams. Can't wait to bring you this one. This is our final game, live streamed here on Single A Final Thursday. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in from home. Maybe even a few teams who are resting up before AA games tomorrow to just, you know, sit in bed, watch some hoops here on a Thursday night. And so Aquinas are going to be in the white, Ngāta Ātia are going to be in the black with the red stripe. Little fist bumps with the referees there. And again, shout out to our Basketball Manawatu team, who have been providing a number of volunteers for school benches. They'll be looking after this one. There is also live stats available through the nz.basketball website, and you can follow along this tournament there as well. Shout out, of course, Lion Foundation, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Foot Locker, Whakata Māori, Caltex, Bailey's, NZCT, 4 wins. The list just gets longer and longer each and every year. It truly is an amazing thing. So Aquinas going left to right, Ngāta Ātia right to left. And CJ Flavel wins the tip. Maya, what can we expect from Aquinas on this first possession?
Wouldn't be surprised if the ball goes to Kai Mani Komoana. Oh, even better, Money Wade as he is coined. They could have Whiwhi Toru straight off the bat.
Mike Wade, a great shooter. Been coached by Alex Stojkovic since he was only 8 years old. And here comes Ngāta Atia. Pakaiho, what do you think they're going to try and run here?
After that beautiful ankle breaker there from Kormai, I believe he's gained a bit of confidence there, which I put up that is Mr. Ruben himself. Quite a tall figure. I was afraid of him at school. Even at a year 9 level, he was that tall.
No, a box out there from Aquinas. Even though Mike Wade got the block on the first option. And the Kuruwhiwhi Toru no good. Here come Ngātai Atia, just trying to get the ball out of the side. And away they come here to the corner.
To the corner.
Out of bounds to the Aquinas ball.
Better defensive position there for Aquinas. And that's going to be key for them. A little bit undersized in comparison to this Ngātai Atia team.
Well done for laying the pressure quite early in the game. Want to start off strong, both sides. Don't want to leave anyone open for a Kuruwhiwhi Toru.
And that's what Aquinas love to do. They love to work the ball out of their high post, find the open shooter and let it fly.
Ruben left open as a postman. Almost managed to steal the ball away. Tainui Lewis laying the pressure.
CJ, great alley pass to Mike Wade again, just trying to work the ball down here. Aquinas, 5 out offense at the moment. Kuruwhiwhi Toru on the way. And Mike Wade came down with it and will stay their ball. Maya never afraid to let it fly.
And they shouldn't be. Alex Stojkovic very much emulates the modern style of basketball and as a shooting coach himself. And these boys are more than capable from stroking it from deep, especially Kai Mani Komoana, one of the leading scorers here for these guys. Scored 62 points in the North Island final against Ngātai Atia en route to a first place finish at the qualifiers.
Kapua kia matoia Waihoro Inane just taking his time out there on the 3 line. Creating a play, getting past, getting the and one jump shot. We might see it on a bit of a replay, the and one jump shot. That'll be the first foul of the game, it seems.
That cross was absolutely nasty. As we have the Kuru Tau Tuku to come.
Iverson-esque, some may say.
And manages to get around ever so just barely. Playing a 2-3 zone defense there, Ngātai Atia. Keeping their strengths in the middle.
Going inside here, Aquinas to the corner, another Kuruwhiwhi Toru. And that's going to be on the floor. Which way is this going? It's a go.
We'll go to Tainui Lewis, number 5, for his first foul.
Mike Wade has done a great job at crashing those offensive two-duppers. Given he's a smaller man, very impressive.
Kuruwhiwhi Toru again, long. CJ Flavel to the hoop.
We see no time at all. Beautiful pressure, returning to Ngātai Atia's hand. Kormai mixes it up to the hoop. Puts it up, just gets outside of the tip of there. No call. An attempt for an interception.
I tell you what, CJ Flavel, as he gets warmed up, he might have dunked that as the game wears on. They play at a neck break speed, Aquinas.
Clearly an intention as well for Ngātai Atia to deny any catch for CJ Flavel in the half court, but he's so deadly in transition, he becomes equal as a threat.
Beautiful way to get inside the key there. McKinley tries to go for a Kuru picker there. Tainui drives in and knocks it home. Maybe on the block there, a beautiful play. Strong defense from the Aquinas.
7 apiece already. There's another on ball there from Kaimani for CJ to the hoop. And there's that athleticism we talked about before, Maya.
He is so athletic, like you just said, able to beat defenders off the dribble with a very quick first step and a lovely touch around the tupper as well.
Getting his way closer towards the hoop, trying to look for that again, a dunk. I've seen him do it before, actually. I watched on the sideline for a previous game. Can't leave these boys open for those Kuruwhiwhi Torus. Tainui gives us something flashy like a layup and we'll get the 2 points.
And we call that sometimes seagulling, but it works out to effect. And Ngātai Atia tying this one up 9 apiece as a hara is drawn. That'll be the Rua hara on Ngātai Atia. Perfect start for both teams for this final. No one really able to gain the advantage, and it is going to be wide open, you feel, the whole game.
That's kind of what you want from a grand final like this. Two teams that are very much competitive with each other. The best games are the ones that just go down to the wire and remain close the whole time.
Aye, the seesaw type of game, we like to see it. And the foul will be called on Kormai. Unfortunately, during the third foul already for this game. Perhaps it will be the fourth.
And we'll have a look what number personal foul that will be.
I believe that is number 1. Aye.
Just a tahi. We saw in the last game just how much these personal fouls can rack up and affect the outcome.
And the second one goes in nicely. McKinley.
11-9 start here for Aquinas. Full court trap. Can it be broken by Ngātahatia? 4 seconds to get it over, and they do so eventually.
Kormai now as ball carrier. Not afraid to get in there. Tuako does make the shot, though. It does not matter. Good warm-up, I guess. I tāhua nei, ka huri ai te pōru ki a rātou a Ngātahatia just on the baseline.
Great mullet, by the way, just quietly.
I would like to say the correct word is filthy.
You're right. I've been mistaken.
Almost intercepted there.
Shout out as well to the physio for the Tuatara, David Beattie, who is tuning in sometime on a scholarship at Hawaii. One of the best places that I would ever send my kids if I possibly could.
You're hoping they might offer me a job. The scouts are here for the next 3 days of tournament, so I might try to grease my way into a little opportunity. What do you reckon, Andrew?
I think so. Alex and Brad, your new best friends from last year.
Besties for the resties.
Good to see them again today. As here is Mike Wade up top. They're going to go inside to Kaimani. Little spin move. And even though that was long, Maya, does he have some of the best footwork out of any post player that you've seen at this competition?
Oh, for sure. Super nimble on his feet, and that means that he can play inside, down low on the high post, or from beyond the arc. Very versatile due to his footwork and nimble feet.
Again, kick out. CJ Flavel in the open court. Kuruwhiwhi Toru out of the corner is short. But they've done such a good job before that of crashing the boards. As we're going to see subs in here for Ngātahatia.
Ko Tāni Ora Petatera coming in for Ruben Makiri, number 14. Just lost a little bit of height, but the boy has strength. He has the build of, I'll just say, a rugby player. Tāni Ora just rushing in on the net there, putting it in, and that's all you really need.
CJ Flavel there just caught, couldn't quite get back, decides to pull out of challenging it as again to the corner. Kuruwhiwhi Toru. Maya, they're getting great looks.
Great looks, none of them dropping, but again, they shoot them with such confidence that it's a telling sign. They know they can hit them, but I'd be going downhill and trying to get looks at the rim if I were them as well, just to create a little bit of versatility in their offense.
Kaimani thought about kicking it ahead. Just goes himself.
There it is.
Easy.
Big build like that makes it easy. McKinley now. Captain trying to create a play. Kotana just straight to the hoop.
Now, is this going to be front court or back court? That is the question. Differentiator, if you inbound in the back court, you get the full 24, and the front court is 14. It'll be in the back court.
Alex Stojkovic just looked at Kaimani like, what the heck are you doing, after he threw that pass. But you can imagine the jitters that come to both these sides at the beginning of these finals.
Subs coming in for Aquinas, and switching is who?
We'll figure that out in a second. His lovely spin and finish. Ngātahatia tying this up once again. And I know I've said it previously, but this has been the dream start to this final. Both teams looking alive offensively. As Kaimani to the hoop and one, Maya.
Kaimani Komoana, such a beast, such a force to be reckoned with. I'm not sure how you actually stop him as we take another look at that hoop and just so tough through contact, so strong, braving that storm there, and a chance for an
Did you
N1.
know, little fun fact, his sister is the New Zealand discus champion.
I did know that.
You know everything.
Yeah, I did
I
play
knew I couldn't
against
stop
her.
you there.
She did come down to Christchurch for a little while to study at Lincoln University, played against her in basketball, and she's much the same. Don't get in her way, otherwise you'll get hurt.
I'm sure you took a couple of charges.
I tried to. Probably still have a bruise or two from them.
McKinley and Aina he kai hari te pōro. Engari rā, ko te karanga, ko wai te pōro e whiu atu. Seems as though he just takes it all the way home.
Great finish there, Maya. What do Aquinas need to do defensively just to tidy things up?
Look, honestly, I'd be forcing Ngātai to shoot from beyond the arc at the moment. Maybe even a little zone, chuck it in there. They seem to be very interior focused at the moment, trying to get to the tupper. So maybe dare them a little bit to shoot from beyond the arc, pack the paint a little bit more.
We do have three great shooters here on Ngātai being Waihoro, McKinley, as well as Te Ahu ki te Rangi. Brightest shoes on the court, trying to make himself known. In the corner there for Waihoro. A little Euro step there, getting past our defendants and putting it nicely in the pakete.
Lovely finish there from Ngātai. And of course, I just want to shout out the cups for the single A have been renamed this year. So both these teams are playing for the Api Hebi Cup.
So Rangi try to get the ball alive. Ngari ka whatu rā kia Aquinas.
Kaimani got bummed as he tried to go through. All legal. Defender has his right to space.
Waihoro taking it slow. Ruben will come up perhaps for the pick and roll off the screen. Double screen set for easy three. Just heads outside of the topper.
Aquinas still looking to push the ball here. Kaimani up top. Kuruwhiwhi Toru. And that's going to be out of bounds. Stay Aquinas ball. They're going to get a fresh 14 on the shot clock.
Very rare for Aquinas to shoot like this. Only one have gone down so far from beyond the arc. Typically a high caliber shooting team. You can just tell again with the confidence that they're shooting it with. These are shots that they are very comfortable taking. So I'm interested to see their approach from here on out. Will they continue to settle or will they go to the rim?
And as we see it going towards the rim and putting it down, it's like they heard you.
Question, Maya.
CJ, such an athlete. Such an athlete.
We have the commentator, guardian angel here, Maya.
Mystic Maya.
That's a good one.
Nicknames go on, really, don't they? Got called Mini Maya by Greg Elliott. That was a nice one.
He's a bully.
Nice steal there just from the back. Gunga to Tahuki Te Rangi. Passing down to our captain here, McKinley. Beautiful pressure on ball nice here. Screen. We'll do a pick and roll. Tries to, but gets cut off. I believe this might be a kuru picker here.
Oh, yeah.
CJ Flavel, I feel like we're going to have a look at that before the night is done. There's nearly a steal there from Aquinas, but this has been back and forth. Here we go from the baseline. Cam, CJ Flavel.
Great full court pressure here from Aquinas.
And this is why they say that the rims need to be higher.
Higher? Who's saying that?
I feel like they've shrunk the more I watch these taller players play.
Just starting something, you know?
They're super high for me.
Full court pass doesn't go to plan. And just as I speak, Taniora will make his way all the way up.
A lot of contact, but no Harakori. Here's CJ once again. Little goosey. Wow.
He is so tough. He is so athletic. Utilising that change of pace to perfection, freezing the defender, and the athletic finish as well. Let's take another look at that.
Just lost the dribble. That was silky.
Indeed.
Ngātai head down 3 points, minute to play here in quarter number 1. It has been an absolute NASCAR sprint into this one, to the hoop with the left hand.
Ruben almost getting it, but getting boxed out beautifully by Mr. Kaimani. Outside shot, Kuruwhiwhi Toru. Clean.
And it was only a matter of time before those started dropping. Myers, going to trust in the averages, don't you?
For sure, that's a great look there for CJ Flavel, beating his first line to defend the drawing one, and then a nice kick out, a higher percentage, Kuru 52 for Aquinas.
Tainui tries to make his way in through the baseline and draws the foul. That's what he's been looking for the majority of these drives. Engari, great physical game, not calling many fouls, which I find that quite good.
Well, I think it's just been the play style as well that both teams have utilised. Aquinas has been all about just finding open shooters, whereas Ngāti Aotea have found good driving lanes away from the defence. Maya, interesting there was a very early double from Aquinas. Do you think that's something they're going to try and utilise as this game goes on? Possibly.
I mean, I know that there is some shooting prowess in this team. We saw it from Komai Wini Kiri as he had that. Sorry, Caden Taurua, has he had that 54-point game with 13 three-pointers. But until they start to actually connect from beyond the arc, you want to bait them into that a little bit and take away the driving lanes. If they start to hit, you adjust your defensive strategy from there.
I guess we are going to drag this quarter out.
Mike Wade holding for the last shot off the little punch screen, looking for Kaimani. Gets turned over, 2 seconds to get it up. And if we were doing the half-court shootout, I think that one would have gone down. But quarter time here, Aquinas up over Ngāti Aotea, 25-21. Let's take a quick look at the stats. And the leading scorers, CJ Flavel has double digits already. McKinley Wood on the other side with 6. Aquinas shooting 41%. But would you believe that is made up of 66% from inside the arc, and they are 2 of 12 thus far from the three-point line. But Maya on track for 100 points. You've got to think Aquinas is pretty happy offensively with how this game started out.
I would say so, and like we've spoken about, not connecting so much so far from beyond the arc, but getting quality looks that are well within their offense. And you can only think as the game goes on and they begin to get a little bit more comfortable, they are going to start connecting as well. We've seen an interior presence from the likes of Kaimani, Komoani, and the athlete that is CJ Flavel. So I don't think too much to adjust to, although we just see Alex Drgovic there furiously drawing on his whiteboard, so maybe some adjustments, but I'd say they'd be pretty happy overall.
Always the perfectionist. Pukaiho on the other side for Ngāti Aotea, 21 points, pretty good start, but giving up 25. What do you think they're going to look to try and change so that they can get in the ascendancy for this one?
It seems as though Ngāti Aotea's drives towards the nets haven't been working towards their favours with the fouls not being drawn. And they're not going to let that discourage themselves, as Aquinas themselves have found themselves with full court pressure, leaving a big gap open on their opposite end. So perhaps those long passes that they were taking at the beginning of the game was giving them a bit of a favour. But as we can see with the 21-25, many fouls have been drawn. I believe it was our bonus stages were being caught up into the first quarter straight away. But we'll see how we end up in our second quarter. Damn, that was the first quarter.
It was. Can you believe it? It feels like we had, 3 quarters and 1 quarter. This game has been an absolute sprint. So getting ready to come back, and it'll be a Ngāti Aotea ball. Don't forget, of course, thank you for Kata Māori for bringing you these pictures. And don't forget as well, stick around after the game where we will have the prize giving. And I have a feeling maybe another couple of huckers like we had after the girls' final.
So beautiful. Such a great celebration of a awesome Tikura Otikotu win.
It's what makes, for me, the single A's special compared to the double A's. It's more community basketball. Oh my goodness.
And one from Tahu Kiterangi. That wasn't one that I seen coming. Boy is normally a shooter. Coming. Oh, Boy is normally a shooter from the outer rim, brings it in and takes an and one.
I don't think he saw that coming either, to be fair.
Just comes off the top of there.
Away comes Mike Wade. Just happy just to bring things to the left-hand side. I thought he was about to pull the trigger. Kaimani too strong there off the tapa.
A very strong post there, Boy.
Yeah, you like that look if you're Aquinas. Like you said, low post is all his every day of the week.
Tries to bring it in, but again, Korma is there, saviour.
The seas just parted there for that easy pakete, and we're back tied up 25 apiece. Back into the post, CJ Flavel. Little bit of razzle-dazzle footy. But Ngāti ball.
Another great look from beyond the arc, just not sinking. Wow.
There we are, reading my plays as he heard me on the quarter-time break. Also heard the long passes that might have been coming.
Kaimani to the hoop.
Wasting no time at all, just getting straight back into business. Palmy.
Ngāti here up against man-to-man defense, trying to push the ball a bit more. Aquinas.
Tau ki te rangi from far out from the three, almost puts it in, just off the tapa.
Tough look there, good defense from Aquinas here. CJ gets tripped. And that is going to be the first hara against Ngāti in quarter number 2.
He's a pretty hard young man to stop. Old CJ catches in momentum very well and then freezes defenders with his utilisation of change of pace. So, yeah, very hard to stop. We see that once again. Feels like the only way they can stop him is to foul him.
Almost getting that rebound there. Tūrapa now belongs to Aquinas.
Here's CJ up top. And here's just so quick, Maya. How are you meant to stop that in the open court?
I have no idea.
Dangerous foe.
I have no idea.
4-point lead here, Aquinas over Ngāti.
They need to figure something out in order to get these plays running. Perhaps Kuru Whiwhi Toru Tūpara going to Palmy. Trying to return the favour, putting it up over CJ. Palmy trying to make his presence known on the court.
And I feel like that's where they had their most success. Ngāti haven't actually converted Kuru Whiwhi Toru out yet.
Beautiful basketball played there, beautiful passes all around.
And the Ngāti bench are absolutely loving that. Chance here to either tie or take the lead. Just a quarter of the way here through quarter number 2. And I'm sure Mike Lacey won't be listening to us at the moment. I can see him scribbling away. You'll be able to read his report after the game, but I wonder if he knows what the highest scoring final is in one of these.
He knows everything, so no doubt he knows that.
Offensive hara called. And the Aquinas College faithful once again loving it. You can see them in the back of your screen there. A few AC signs up.
And good to see the Aquinas College girls sticking around to support their boys. Seemingly have bounced back from their Mia loss to Te Kotu.
Mike Wade to bring the ball up on the left-hand side. Into Kaimani, spin move.
Easy way to pick up onto the basket there. Almost steps inside the court.
And it does, it'll be Aquinas ball. Coach killer right there.
Surely a Kuru Whiwhi Toru insight, Andrew.
Surely. But when you've got Kaimani's post game, it's CJ Flavel to the hoop.
Beautiful way to finish off that basket. McKinley finding his way to Ruben.
There was a trampoline park I used to go to with my mate, and we would do dunks, and I feel like even off the trampoline we couldn't get as high as what CJ Flavel can do.
Do you reckon he got some trampoline park reps up or what?
He doesn't need it.
He is the trampoline park.
Yeah. As Dua Lipa would sing, he's levitating.
Jeez. Jeez.
I'm sorry, I can't with that.
Bro, try to live in a house with this kind of goober.
Luckily for you, Maya, there's only a couple more days to go.
Phew.
CJ off the on ball. Oh, lovely little hook pass. Kaimani, Kuru Whiwhi Toru.
There they are, Aquinas in their zone right now. Ngāti need to figure something out so then they can't pull through further in the lead. And there we go, puts it up yet again. Full court pressure is doing the job.
And a good timeout here from Ngāti. And there's two things, Pukaiho, that I think they need to clean up. One, it's getting the ball over the half court. And then secondly, it's getting the ball off those Kuru Whiwhi Torus and just get the ball to hoop. They've done such a good job. They're shooting 48% inside the three-point line. It's just making sure they can do that as much as they possibly can. They're now in double digits as well for turnovers. Take a look here at the crowd. Shady McDonald just got caught on the camera. Doesn't even care.
Love the mahi here from the Aquinas College supporters who love making sure their hair is done. Emma Rogers very enthused. She's loving it.
As you take a look at the Aquinas bench there. Very strong huddle around coach Alex Stojkovic. I've seen in recent years it become a bit more of a habit to put the bench players behind the seats during timeouts like that, so everyone is looking back at the coach. What's your view on that?
I actually quite like that. I think it creates a cool sense of community and team feeling. I don't think it changes too much, but obviously a team preference, and the Aquinas are a pretty successful team, so good little strategy.
Can hear the Ngātai Aotearoa cheering on and trying to send the wairua to their team as they're 10 points below. Perhaps after this bit of a timeout, we've re-strategized, figured out a new plan to get past half court. It is in a bit in a dangerous situation. Managed to get past.
And there was a double on the turnover.
Will be intercepted.
And another easy basket here for Aquinas, now up 12. It was 25 apiece. Only a couple of minutes ago.
Outside to Tūmanako. It will be a short Kurutupi Toru picked up. Stolen away from Aquinas.
What about the Kurutupi Toru there again? What should you always do, Maya, as soon as you catch the ball?
Square up, look at the hoop.
Revolutionary stuff.
Some brain
strategy
trust.
we've come up with. Perhaps some more shots from the inner circle of the three-point line.
Shooters roll on that one. Here comes Flavel for Aquinas.
Just a rebound there. Taniora, big man.
And the hara is called. That'll be his second. Third hara on Ngātai. And what I like, Maya, is that we've got the Ngātai fans on one side of the venue and the Aquinas fans on the other side of the venue.
Yeah, it feels very epitomising of the game we have in front of us as well, and both sides being equally as loud. Pretty tough to hear each other up here in the commentary box.
McKinley outside. Nice floater there, comes off the tapa. Mariko Hokiatsu ki Aquinas.
Again, little tip pass. And that's what they need out there, is try and create chances to steal the ball off Aquinas. But Maya, what do you think Alex has got in his head to drop here? We're going to see something special on the inbound.
Yeah, special, just meaning kaimani, ko moana magic.
Hey look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Away come Ngātai, down 12, just over halfway gone, quarter number 2. Boys, single A final.
It seems that Kaimani is the kryptonite of Kormai. Both similar in height, but we have one that is quite larger in size, making it easier to get past in their defense. And one there by Mr. CJ Flavel.
CJ Flavel. What a player, having a great final thus far already. Up to 18 points now of the 43 from Aquinas.
He is so hard to stop, and you could just see him using that in and out dribble and that hesitation, the change of speed, leaving defenders in the mud. He is so hard to guard.
Here we are, we have Tūmanako just on the outside, drawing his way in, passing it out. I thought a reverse that was coming.
That would have been one of the toughest finishes I've ever seen if he'd managed to go up and put that one in the hoop. Looking back into the post, this is where they've looked so good. Ngātai, great double from Aquinas. Kuruwhiwhi Toru is up.
And he gets it. That's exactly what Ngātai needs in this moment. A bit of a heads up, a bit of a booster, relit the sparks.
That's the first kuruwhiwhi toru that Ngātātea have shot in this one. Kaimani kuruwhiwhi toru to respond. Off the Papamuri, but the bank is closed.
Unfortunately, not getting any boxing outs. Miscommunication there by Ngātātea.
Really got to look after the ball here as the hara is called on Yam Benedict Tabulong. But Maya, it's great, isn't it? When you play all gas, no brakes, being able to crash the boards, it works out.
Especially your role players who aren't the star people attracting all the kaipares, all the defenders. That means they can just sneak in, do a little bit of dirty work.
No mai hoki mai Taunui Lewis gets back onto the court swiftly, gives him almost losing that ball there back to Taunui on the baseline. Good passes all around.
Good rhythm shot there though from Ngātātea, even it didn't go down. Good ball movement, set his feet and put it towards the hoop. There's Kaimani again. How do you defend that, Maya?
Like that, I suppose.
Yeah, props to Tāne Orapeta for keeping his own in that moment.
I suppose for Ngātātea, as we see that great matchup, it may be more about not allowing the catch in the first place. I think once you get the catch, it might be a little bit difficult, but if they do try to deny that pass from Kaimani, it may make things a little difficult.
We have seen that Aquinas is capable of scoring many threes throughout this game, so it's either one or the other at this point, unless they can figure something out in the sub-box.
Timeout taken here from Aquinas Maya. They're up 13 points. What do you think Alex wants to discuss here?
I mean, you know, there was a nice little kuruwhiwhi toru there we saw down the other end for Ngātātea, and that came from CJ Flavel helping from the strong side, so maybe a quick corridor just about their help rotations, maybe a way to put the foot on the gas, keep it on the gas and change something up offensively. You can tell now Ngātātea getting used to the Aquinas offense and matching up well on Kaimani Komoana's back down game just before, so maybe, you know, keeping the Ngātātea defense on their toes and throwing something different at them, but I'd be, again, pretty happy with their performance so far.
Good to see in the background there as well behind the Aquinas bench. One of our co-commentators, Greg Elliott, just taking this one and taking a welcome break as well. I think he's had 5 straight games, or had 5 games today that he's had to do.
Yes,
so
he's definitely enjoying himself over there.
Yeah, some
taking up 2
mahi
seats.
from Greg.
Are those the socks out? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, he's got to have the socks there. He's got to add a little thickness to the calves. Here's Ngātātea, full court man-to-man from Aquinas. Are they going to look to double at any point? No, they don't decide to. They're just going to keep the pressure on, forcing Ngātātea to really catch the ball a lot higher than they probably want to.
Knock it down. Tāne Orapeta. Seems like he's a big to drive it in, but no, he's just showcasing his skill just on the outside of the key, especially on the sides there.
Here from Aquinas, looking for Kaimani. 2-3 zone still from Ngātātea.
Loses control of the ball. Korma making his way through centre court. Makes his way down the key, tries to draw a hara, but still manages to get in nicely. Closing in on these points, 36, just 9 points behind.
Kaimani has been the main facilitator here for Aquinas. Off the on ball. And Maya, I really like that show there from Ngātātea.
Just about to say a very smart hard show as we see Greg Elliott well and truly relaxing. A little smirk from him, but yeah, that hard show is very good, forcing the ball out of CJ Flavel's hands or forcing him to make passes under pressure. A great strategy there, but Kaimani Komoana.
Absolute beast.
The hoop and the harm. He is somewhat too hard to stop.
I thought that Tāne Orapeta had him there from the last play before the timeout, keeping him at bay for just a little bit. But he is indeed a force to be reckoned with.
Almost the shooter's roll on that one.
No call off the top of the backboard. Seems the ball is still in play. Tahu ki te rangi to Taunui Lewis. Beautiful handling skills here being displayed. Giving it to Ruben outside. Pump up fake. Ruben on the edge of the key.
And even though that didn't drop, I really like the confident catch and shoot there from Ngātahatia. But you need to stop CJ Flavel before he can get 2 feet in the paint. Ngātahatia here resetting their defense, and again CJ all the way to the hoop. Maya, they almost need to restrict them on the catch, don't they?
Yeah, if I was Ngātahatia, I'd be looking at not allowing a catch whatsoever, like you said, maybe a little box and one situation or just a full deny on CJ Flavel. Obviously the issue with that is you lose a help defender, and there are too many threats on this Aquinas team to count. But for CJ Flavel, maybe even just giving him some space, daring him to shoot it, and, you know, taking away that drive, packing the paint a little bit. But is there really an answer for the greatness of CJ Flavel? I'm unsure.
A kid that we're enjoying watching continue develop, as he converts that as well, and it's now a 13-point lead. Nearly halfway to 100 with 90 seconds to go.
McKinley as our ball carrier. Captain's back on the court for Tahuki Te Rangi. Calling our play here to Taonui. Seeing there's this full-man pressure.
Their high post splash has been so effective for Ngātahatia as they draw the hara on that one.
Taniota being a beast at drawing those hara inside of the key. There's something they need to continue on doing.
As CJ Flavel is going to take a seat.
First break of the game, question mark?
Answer, I would say yes. He's played 18.5 minutes.
Beast.
First one goes in. This might give Ngātahatia a little bit more of a chance, and CJ's on the bench.
Kaimani with the turapa. And just got the angle wrong on that pass, trying to facilitate the big fella.
Good to see him trying to get his teammates involved. Obviously some strong key pieces outside of the three-headed monster, I guess you could say. And, you know, that allows for him to cut, get a seal and possibly get the ball back, but just misfumbled, unfortunately.
Kaimani already on double-double watch, 15 points, 8 rebounds.
McKinley doing it on his own, putting it up in the basket, taking it home.
What a finish there from the young man. Which way is this going to go? It's been Ngātahatia ball with a minute to play in quarter 2. A chance to build some momentum as we look towards halftime. Oranges just throwing it ahead, and yeah, off the foot of Aquinas.
Just a minute left on the clock. McKinley with a beautiful cut to Taniota on the key.
That was an absolute dime from McKinley Wood. Third assist of the game.
All right, more plays like that will definitely get them a bit further closer to the point lead that is of Aquinas. Kuru Whiwhitoru. Waihodo gets the rebound.
Lovely stretch here for Ngātahatia. It's going to be their final shot of the half, down 8. Can they cut it to potentially 5 or 6? Here comes the early on ball. Everyone's shading towards the ball. That's a deep Kuru Whiwhitoru.
Just off the tip of the rim there. And gets shut off completely by Matsua Ruben himself.
And this is why, young coaches, you always try and keep a timeout up your sleeve. 2.6 seconds to go in the half. Alex Stojkovic has taken a timeout. Maya, what do you think he might draw up here?
Mate, I couldn't even begin to imagine what's in his bag of tricks. I see CJ Flavel is checked back in. Are we going to see a little oop play, possibly? I don't know.
It's hard because you can't really say he's going to catch something going towards the rim because everyone's going to be sitting in there, but maybe use him as we have a look there at the Volunteers. Maybe just use him as a little decoy.
Could use him as a little decoy. It's really very hard to know. Obviously, he's checked back in Mike Wade and Kaimani Komoana, so the Kuru Whiwhitoru very much could be in our midst.
Referees just asking both teams to come back onto the court. So let's see what Alex has drawn up. This could be something special, who knows?
CJ will be coming back for the last 2.6 seconds for Aquinas.
Little stack look. And turned over, and Natati are going to hold the ball. So that is half-time here in Single A. Boys final, Aquinas College 49, Natati 41. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the second half.
Make some noise if you're still in the fire with us, ladies and gentlemen.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's saluting when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
This season, Basketball New Zealand takes coaching to the next level, featuring BNZ Kiwi Hoops and 2 Degrees Girls Got Game on Coachmate. For coaches, discover engaging practices with ready-made plans featuring easy-to-follow games that kids will love. Or tap into your creative side and make your own sessions with our library of great activities that you can learn in under 90 seconds. And level up your coaching skills with lessons, tips, and official resources. Managing a team this year? Get your team in sync with improved team management features, like sharing training and game information. Create polls, see who's attending practice, and communicate directly with parents to arrange things like carpools. Or just share the fun with photo uploads and team chat. Saying yes to coaching has never been easier. Download the free app now and support the next wave of basketball lovers to have their best season yet with Basketball New Zealand on Coachmate.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice, no more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
For people.
Look at me! Look at her!
Bang.
Too much.
Sounds ominous. Keep our kaumatua cool.
Oh, you went all the way to the KKK, eh?
No.
Hurry up!
Okay. Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Welcome back here to Fly Palmy Arena, Koandra Hawks, Takawinga, alongside Pukai Short and Maya Williamson. As we are just taking in the sights and sounds at Fly Palmy Arena. Halftime here in boys single A. Final action, Aquinas College 49, Ngāta Atia 41. Quick look at the live stats before I bring in my analysts. Aquinas College shooting 45% from the field, Ngāti 43%. From the two, this is where both teams are excelling. Aquinas are 73%, 19 of 26. Ngāti 51%, 17 of 33. From the three-point line, both teams letting it fly, but not converting at a great clip as yet. Aquinas 2 of 20, Ngāti 1 of 8. Leading scorers, CJ Flavel with 18, Kaimani Kamoana has 15, and Taniora Peta has 11. Firstly, Maya Williamson, going to bring you in on the Aquinas side. What have they done so well to build this lead early?
Well, CJ Flavel has done a very good job at being a very good basketball player, that's for sure. But I think they've moved the portal well and created very high quality looks for themselves. They've got the ball inside, outside. Kuru Pewheturu's not yet dropping at a consistent rate, probably at the rate that they would prefer to be shooting at. Nonetheless, a very good offensive start for them. It should be the defensive end, I think, to clean up and take away the strengths of Ngāti. But I think if you're coach Alex Stojkovic, you cannot be unhappy with the way that they have started, especially on the offensive end.
As we take a look at potentially one of the big Ngāti fans. Speaking of Ngāti, Mokaiho down 8, but a lot of things to like about their performance thus far. What do you think they've done well, and then what do you think they can improve to try and wrangle back this lead from Aquinas?
We can see them practicing off their three-point shots, perhaps that's for the next quarter. In our Kemu, we've seen that they are capable of shooting a lot of threes in their previous games and able to switch them just as so as we're seeing on the court now, though they aren't implementing that into the game right now, so perhaps that is something we will see in the second quarter. Engari, tētahi mea koe ki te ao, something that they have done well is still making their way inside the key, even though they aren't really getting as many drives as they could, other than our big boy, number 14, Taniora Peta, capable of taking it to the rim, or either making some kuru peka there, some jump shots from the outside, something that I didn't expect myself. Engari, e tae ana te kite, that they are improving throughout the game, just 8 points behind on the second half of our game, as well as 3 of the players holding the majority of the fouls. Engari, we are in trouble. Ko mai Winnie Kirei, known as the Beast, has 3 at the moment.
Under 3 minutes to go. So take a look at the Aquinas warm-up. And referees are back out there as well. Maya, nearly 4 days through this tournament. And if you could just summarize your biggest highlight that you've had over the first 4 days, what would that be?
I've been very impressed with the people, the quality of people involved in this beautiful sport that we have in Aotearoa. Just such a beautiful community, and have been able to talk to many legends of the game, coaches, players, managers, staff, officials, all the rest. It's a beautiful chance for people who love the same sport to come together and celebrate that beautiful sport. And on top of that, just seen some incredible basketball from our rangatahi girls and boys alike.
Outstandingly said. Both teams now coming back for final messages. And a big thank you, of course, to Whaloka Whakata Māori for bringing us this game as well. New Zealand Carbon Farming, Apollo Projects, Lion Foundation, Molten, NZCT. Basketball Manawatu have done a fantastic job with the dinners as well. Got a beautiful butter chicken for dinner tonight.
Oh, that was so good. Is there any more, I wonder? Basketball New Zealand staff, can we confirm?
4 wins as well. As you see a few more fans just coming into the arena. And thank you to everyone who is tuning in at home. We do appreciate you. We'll take a look there at the score bench. Just getting a couple of refreshments as well.
Deservedly so. Look at the support crew. Boys, how good is that?
I've seen them work throughout the entire tournament, doing their parts in keeping this event center alive and healthy and running as well. So big thanks to all the workers that are maintaining this beautiful arena at its peak.
So just about ready to get underway here in quarter number 3. Gosh, the speed at which this game's been going, I thought the first half was the whole game. It has been so quick.
A couple of embarrassed faces here on the live stream, but yeah, totally agree with you there, boys, but that's what makes an exciting game, and I can imagine this one's going to come down to the wire. Only an 8-point game at half-time.
So Ngātatea back out on the court. Here comes Aquinas College. And it will be Aquinas College ball to start us off in quarter number 3. Are they going to be able to build out a 10-point lead early? Or Ngātatea can they get on a run and tie this ball game back up?
We do have the dynamic duo on the Aquinas team. Mr. CJ Flavel as well as Kaimani Komoana.
I think a big shout out to Mike Wade as well, not the scoring presence that those two boys are, but a massive leader, understands the game to a different level, understand from my perspective that he kind of coaches this team throughout the year with Alex Stojkovic away with Phi duties, so very impressed by that young man, a very high IQ for his age.
And a big swat to start the game. Unfortunately, we'll draw the foul called late. And that'll be the 4th foul of Mr. Cormai. Unfortunately, might have to sit him down.
Wouldn't mind another look at that. Look at that, producer Rich read my mind. Yeah, just caught his arm on the way through. So good call there from the referee, but a tough one to accept if you're Ngātatea, with a key player on 4 fouls now.
You can understand the risk McGuidy took there, putting his big fella in at the beginning of this 3rd quarter, but definitely, like we said, dangerous territory to put him in on 3 fouls. I can understand the trust there. It's important now for these Ngātatea boys to adjust to what the referees are calling and play disciplined defense as a result of that.
Perhaps just getting back onto the court, ready for this 3rd quarter, wanted to get it back. Bit of excitement in the air. Probably just made him jump a little bit too into that shot, sorry.
Goes 1 of 2. A lot of pressure here already from Aquinas. Ngātatea doing a great job kicking the ball ahead. Kuruwhiwhi Toru
will be short for Waihoro, unfortunately.
Just tried to get that up a little bit too quickly. Didn't quite have his legs underneath him. But Pokaio must be pretty pleasing for them how easily they broke that press.
All right, that is McKinley for you. He will definitely show his team why he is the captain.
Kuruwhiwhi Toru on Ways. And Maya just shows you what a great offensive rebounder Mike Wade is.
Ruben will show how the block is done.
It's funny that Mike Wade is such a good offensive rebounder despite the fact that he is not the biggest player on the team. I can say that, given my stature at 5'2", but that just goes to show the kind of IQ that he plays with, able to get himself in the best positions possible to get those offensive two-duppers.
Well done, Maya. Looking forward to your reel on commentary live after this.
Taunui Lewis, Kaihari Te Poro I tēnei wā, making his way to our captain. Far from the 3.
Good switches on the weak side there from Mike Wade.
Taunui makes his presence known for floater. And passes it down to CJ.
Oh, what a running kick ahead there to CJ Flavel. And Aquinas now add to a healthy lead in this final. Kuruwhiwhi Toru is long off the tupper.
Trying to get his groove there. Waihoro knows if he starts getting it nice, then he can probably start sinking in a bit more of those.
Movement again here from Aquinas, playing a 5-out basketball. Kaimani Kuruwhiwhi Toru. And they didn't hit the rim, so it'll be a shot clock violation. Ngātatea ball.
Bit of an uncharacteristic day today from Kaimani in terms of his outside shooting. Typically a knockdown shooter from beyond the arc, so surprising to see his lack of success so far.
Here comes Ngātatea. Out of what looks like a little 1-4 flat.
Kua Tini Hare te whakaaro switching around, a bit of strategy, trying to make their way inside, but Kaimani and CJ blocking the way. Beautiful defense from Aquinas.
And Mike Wade now has 5 rebounds. As out of bound there, as he tried to throw it back in. It'll stay Aquinas. Sorry, it'll stay. Yes, no, I had it right. Aquinas ball. Confusing myself. It's 9:15.
Yeah, it's been a long day. It's been a long 4 days, actually.
Ruben's presence on the court is rising, trying to get more blocks, and he is boxing out Arohomai Kaimani as well, doing his job well as a big, wearing my number as well.
That must be why he's playing now.
It's the mana levels out the roof.
The legacy are left behind for that kuda. Taniora brings it in, unfortunately, just gets outside of the tapa.
I love that look though there from Nataatia. That's high percentage. And a uncharacteristic turnover there for Aquinas. That will be turnover number 13 at this stage. A little bit higher than they would like.
Yeah, definitely a game where the team with less turnovers, typically the winner, Andrew, and 13, probably a number that you'd aim to kind of hit at the tail end of this quarter, even tail end of the game. So not a favourable position, but a good pakete there.
Well, that was a favourable position as the ball went into the hoop. Nataatia back to a single possession, single point game. I want to kick off this game at some point.
Kaimani almost makes it in, but good defense there from our boys in the black. The flat will go in from Aquinas.
Look at Mahi there, just steadying the ship, and a nice bucket to end a little bit of a run here from Nataatia.
Off the on-ball, little short roll there. Well defended though from Aquinas. Into the short corner.
Ruben will make his way inside, trying to get past Kaimani.
Tough look there, well defended from Kaimani. Out come Aquinas, looking to kick ahead. CJ Flavel. And very well defended from Nataatia. And they got a little run here of their own.
Finally stopping CJ Flavel, Nataatia.
Beautiful way of getting through the whole team and puts up by Taniora. It's a beautiful play there behind the back from McKinley.
Absolute dime.
Quick little tip off there into the centre.
Tough finish.
Nataatia there just asking for a little hara. As we have a look there behind the back, little wraparound pass. Silky skills from Nataatia.
McKinley yet again putting his body on the line. And Ngari ko Ruben tēnei. Taonui, te kuru whiwhi tori pā. So not able to get that one.
3-on-2, Mike Wade. So well defended from Nataatia.
And gets the swat, unfortunately will call the foul.
That's only going to be the first on Tauroa.
He gave him a little flex too, watch this. I think he gave him a little flex thinking that he got the block, but just so unfortunate to get that hara.
We call that the Greg Elliott.
Greg doesn't get as far as blocking the ball, Andrew, don't be silly.
I believe that is only the first foul for Mr. Tauroa, but still a bad position to be in on this third quarter.
Would you believe it? They're already halfway through quarter number 3.
Yeah, this one's been a bit of a track meet and only 3 hutters, so no real stoppages here, which is nice, you know, really getting into a flow.
Love the flow state, side on ball being set up here from Nataatia. Find the roller to the hoop.
Just pops out by Ruben.
And Pukaiho, even though they're not getting the results, the way in which they're going about creating these opportunities has to be commended.
Oh, they're getting cleaner and cleaner. Just need to start executing. Again, what Mai was saying, I bet it was in the previous game. Just need to start executing it.
Here's Flavel off the on ball. Can't quite turn the corner. And Kaimani again draws the hara, and that is the chance now to have 19 points with 11 rebounds.
feels like a little bit of a quieter day on behalf of Kaimani Kaumoana standards. And I think that's just given to his no success from the Paikuru Whiwhi, but still very impressed with his efforts at going downhill, and he seemingly is quite hard to stop. A very strong young man, so I like his intention to continue to penetrate and get to the tapa, because he is proving the fact that he is hard to stop.
And for me, I know CJ's probably got all the highlight plays, but for me, Kaimani has been the engine that is making this Aquinas team.
No, I don't think we're ngā kōrero. McKinley, he kuru whiwhi tōru pā, comes off the Papamuri. Stolen from Tani Ora. Unfortunately, loses control. And will take their time, Aquinas.
It's getting a little bit sloppy here from both sides as Kaimani to CJ kuru whiwhi tōru. Eventually into the hands of Ngātatea.
Keeps the ball alive there. Bit of a hot potato going on in that last second.
Let's see what they can create here with the little curl. Are they going to go for an on ball? Yes, they do.
And Tānui Lewis in the corner. And there it is, that's what they need. He kuru whiwhi tōru Tānui Lewis.
And it was all in that ball fake off the jump passes. Again, here they come, another opportunity. 3 on 5.
Tau ki te rangi, puts up a pump fake. Patiently waiting for his teammates, Tānui Lewis.
Going to see another on ball here, 7 seconds on the shot clock.
Trying to get past the big man himself. Ruben gets the rebound. Still fighting for it. And there it is, finally draws the foul for himself.
And the live stats are going to look pretty good on that one. Probably 4 offensive rebounds. But Maya, do you think we need a different, on the Aquinas side, a different pick and roll coverage? They're getting downhill quite easily.
They are getting downhill quite easily. You're right. I mean, they seem pretty happy to let them be in a drops and try to fight over probably the coverage that they're most comfortable with. What I find with switching your screen coverage to something that you haven't practiced all year is that can go even more wrong than the coverage that you're practicing at the moment. So I think if it continues to become an issue here coming downhill off the screens and allowing them to get too deep downhill and forcing a late switch, then yes. But for now, I'd stick to their guns and just execute a little better, fight over the screen a little harder, and that drops coverage can be a little bit higher.
60-50. Kuru whiwhi tōru is short.
Big chanting from Ngātai Te Wharekura and a bit of the whānau just below us to the right. Big chanting will be Waihoro with the ball. Just about to hit 3 minutes left on this third quarter. And gets the and one as well. Draws him up to 52 with an extra free throw at their disposal. Perhaps it was the Wairua being sent from their whānau on the sidelines here in the stands.
I'm sure there's a couple of mana waves getting thrown onto the court.
Oh, I bet. Beautifully done. Now it's about executing that defense as well.
There's Mike Wade up top. Then more facilitators, Kaimani.
It's a good call to go to.
Yeah, toughly bucket there for Kaimani. And a timely stop for CJ Flavel. A great clapback to the momentum Ngātai just gained.
Everything that they've done has now been undone. Back to an 11-point lead. Ngātai need to get the ball back to the hoop. Looking for a little post up.
Long pass there. Was it risky a little bit? Tahu ki te rangi. Draws inside. Picks it back up, Ruben. Back out to Waihoro to the corner, Tahu ki te rangi for the corner three. Just off the shot clock as well.
Still like that look though there for Ngātai, CJ Flavel, Kaimani kuru whiwhi tōru.
Outside of kuru whiwhi tōru anō. Pops off the rim. These Ngā Tātea boys need to begin boxing out these boys a little bit more.
Kiriwhiwhi toru once more. CJ Flavel.
Right in the ears, Maya, right in the ears.
Hey, he deserves that kind of celebration. That's a tough Kiriwhiwhi toru again. Super timely, didn't need a wahike to bounce back from that little mini run Ngā Tātea had. It allows a nice cushion for Alex to go into that fourth quarter with a wahike, 3 wahikes at that.
Here come Aquinas, looking to extend this 14-point lead that they've managed to carve out. Little hezzy to the hoop.
It was a bit open there. Ngā Tātea need to figure out a way to shut down that easy drives to the hoop, probably focusing too much energy on Kaimani, as they should, but then again, the sacrifice of leaving an open drive. Tip off Tani Ora King, he makes his way, and we'll get it in.
Such a tough basket there for Ngā Tātea, much needed as well. Back to 69-55. Ngā Tātea under 50% now from the 2-point line, and CJ Flavel put a lot of mustard mire on that pass.
Yeah, there's no way your average Joe can catch that kind of pass, that's for sure. A little bit too athletic for his own good, perhaps.
Probably save us some energy here for the last minute. Perhaps Tahu ki te rangi.
Again, little on ball.
And we'll call travel.
Just hesitated before he tried to jump into CJ Flavel. As again, the Aquinas faithful are starting to make themselves heard.
Bringing a lot more energy here in the crowd.
CJ pull up, Kiriwhiwhi toru. And neither team is in the bonus, so even though they're going to have the last shot here, most likely, Ngā Tātea will not be shooting down 14. Subs in, CJ Flavel just given a little rest.
Deservedly so. Great minutes.
Clock hasn't started. Now it does. Referees put up the 1 signal, meaning they think it's going to be 1 shot as well.
Definitely taking their time here.
Ankle breaker.
Will be another foul.
Nice shifting move.
Not a very necessary foul to give away. You can see him trying to contest that shot as he fights over, and that drops coverage. But a little bit overzealous on his contact.
McKinley with the first shot. Big celebration here from the Tātea whānau.
Well, this could be the exact, if he can convert all 3. I knew you never should have said that. If he convert this final one,
please, not right now.
He's going to give them a little bit of momentum moving towards the fourth quarter with 2 seconds to go. I'll never speak again.
Oops.
3-quarter time. Aquinas College 69, Ngā Tātea 55. Maya Williamson, what has Aquinas done so well to build out this lead?
I mean, defensively holding Ngā Tātea to 55 points in comparison to the 94 they scored against them in qualifiers has got to be the most impressive thing of it all. I think they've adjusted really well coming out of that half-time mark, protecting the paint just a little bit more and probably cleaning up their rebounding game as well. And then offensively, just so many threats across the board. Obviously, Kaimani, Moana are forced to be reckoned with. CJ Flavel going in transition, but just kept the energy really consistent. Even when Ngā Tātea went on that little run there, got it within 7, Aquinas were able to answer back and clap back straight away, get a nice couple of buckets, couple of stops. And that consistent energy has led to a pretty convincing lead here. And for now, I think it's just keep your foot on the gas and keep doing all the little things right.
On the flip side, Pukaho, what do Ngā Tātea need to do to get themselves back into the ascendancy with only 1 quarter to go?
It's quite unfortunate that our big man Kormai is on his 4th foul so early in that 3rd quarter. as he is a big piece in the team, managing to keep back Kaimani just a little bit, as well as CJ Flavel, though they've done quite well with him off the court. For that whole quarter, they managed to get into the rim, or into the key, sorry, as well as making a few three-point shots on the outside, so possibly the ball movement outside of the key there, giving them those free shots, as well as those easy passes, manipulating the defense that Aquinas has, which is just our man-to-man or 3-2 zone. But in the meantime, I would like to give it to Aquinas, doing a great job at posting up. Great posting, but Ngā Taiata need to be boxing out a bit more.
So take a look at the live stats. Aquinas shooting 42%, Ngā Taiata 38%. From the three-point line, neither team over 13%. CJ Flavel leading all scorers with 27. Kaimani Kamoana with 21. Taniora Peta with 15. And the biggest thing at the moment, if you want to look at why there is a 13-point differential, Aquinas 49 rebounds, Ngā Taiata 32. That's 17 extra opportunities they've had to score.
Pretty hard to stop that, simply put.
Taniora goes in and will draw 2 fouls, I believe.
Ngā Taiata inbounding from the baseline. How quickly can they create a...
So Taniora will rush right in and get himself into the key, make his presence known.
Kaimani with the high post catch. Oh, little spin.
And there's Ruben. Ruben with his amazing figure managed to tip it off. Unfortunately, loses control, Taonui.
Just threw that a bit too far down the court. Have a look here on the replay. And if that was a dunk, alley-oop lob, probably would have been perfect. Not to be. There's Mike Wade for Aquinas. Kaimani puts his shoulder down. So well defended.
Doing good at keeping those posts away. Waihoro in control. Hikuru Whiwhitoru gets in.
Much needed there for Ngā Taiata. Back to a 10-point game. Good hard show there, Maion, defensively.
Yeah, forcing the ball out of CJ Flavel's hands is always a good strategy.
And stolen from Ngā Taiata. McKinley, our captain here. We'll wait for his teammates to get back.
Of the game.
Taonui Lewis.
Just looking for another option here. High post flash into an on ball to the corner. This could be huge.
It is a bit long.
Was huge in some sense.
Travel is gone.
And a good little run here from Ngā Taiata. No paketes in the last couple of possessions for Aquinas, which is quite rare.
A good way to start our final quarter, just 10 points behind Ngā Taiata. Good movement here. Again, just trying to make their way to the hoop. Beautiful block from Aquinas.
Here is CJ, little gooey, and good.
He's just so hard to stop. Again, that explosiveness and that change of speed for Ngā Taiata. They don't really have anybody with that athleticism and speed that can stop him. As we see a carry ball. From my understanding, Andrew, a carry ball only whistled when you're using it to beat a defender, or am I wrong?
I think if you look deep into the law book of basketball, probably not. The referees are a lot more lenient around it in non-defended situations because it keeps the game moving. That's my understanding of the rule. I could be wrong.
You're never wrong.
Kaimani.
15-point lead for Aquinas. 7.5 to play. Things get a little bit tougher now for Ngā Taiata. They need a bucket on this possession.
And that's huge from Kaimani Kamoana. who has not had luck yet from beyond the arc, has continued to shoot and finally found his rhythm. If he catches fire, it could be well and truly over for Ngātai Atia.
Well, it is quite a dangerous thing to have Kaimani a big but can shoot.
It's like a quote from Kobe: if I don't hit the first, I'm going to hit the second. If I don't hit the eighth, I'm going to hit the ninth. I'm just going to keep shooting until I hit one. Is
stolen away. Waihoro makes his way onto the opposite end, puts up a fake, and it will be short, giving it back to Aquinas.
CJ Flavel goes over everyone. And I think a timeout is going to need to be taken in from Ngātai Atia.
Tough pakete there from CJ, just showing his athleticism and his ability to finish over the defense. Incredible, and the run doesn't stop there with the travel against Ngātai Atia. And there you go, Andrew. You predicted it. You are like the crystal ball. Or the 8-ball, what is it?
It's the lucky 8-ball, isn't it? Mystic
You
Mind.
are the lucky 8-ball.
Oh, I don't know if I'm lucky. Oh, what a tune. Freed from Desire by Gala. So my Aquinas College, we see on screen doing such a fantastic job. Greg Elliott as well, looking very good there in the Basketball New Zealand jumper. But what have they done so well? And what do you think they do in practice that probably leads to this ability that they've shown on the court?
You can just tell their offense has been repped and repped and repped. This team has been together for quite some time, and obviously the three-headed monster also playing with each other since they were young and in different aspects as well. So you can tell they're very comfortable in their offense and very familiar with each other, as Greg Elliott caught in 4K once again. That mullet looking, oh, and we have our basketball number 2 volunteers getting their little boogie on. The A final vibes are well and truly here in P Naughty. But yeah, Aquinas just so well drilled and very comfortable in the way they execute their offensive sets, and then very disciplined on the defensive end, only giving up 59 points and, like you said, rebounding the ball quite well.
Aquinas boys, Kaimani once again, CJ Flavel. Too quick for his own good, Maya.
Look, I'm not sure how that feels, but it must not be nice. But I don't think...
I've seen you play walking basketball, you know how it feels.
I can't even tell if that's an insult or not.
It's not an insult.
Oh, thanks, I guess. Maybe?
Walking basketball's the future.
Sure.
Looking for their post, they eventually get it in over the top. Good double from Aquinas. But the hara is called. That's only going to be the second for them thus far. 6 minutes and 19 seconds to play. CJ Flavel, 31 points. Kaimani Kamawana, 14 points. Ruben Makiri has 10 on the other side for Ngātai Atia.
I think that's the difference, is that there probably isn't a talent like CJ or like Kaimani in the Ngātai Atia team, and it can be pretty hard to answer against a team with so much talent when you don't have that star-studded one that can just go get 30 on any given day. And then obviously the depth of Aquinas, a good little helping side to the stars that are CJ and Kaimani.
There is CJ, step back, Kufifi, Toru. Maya, they couldn't hit anything in the first half, and now they've come alive behind the arc.
And, you know, it's getting to that point now. It's almost a 20-point game, 6 minutes to go. Does it become too far out of reach of Ngātai Atia, especially given the success from beyond the arc, like you alluded to?
Welcome back there from Ngātai Atia. Just happy there, little handoffs on the left-hand side to the corner. And travel called. 5.5 minutes. How important is this next 90 seconds gonna be for the hopes and dreams of Ngātai Atia Pukaho?
Ai, ko rātou tēnā, he tima kaha I roto I tēnei tōna mana, coming back to Aquinas in their, you can call it their rematch for the qualifiers yet again. Bit of a struggle, and we can definitely see a bit of learning to be done for themselves. And that's the first drive we've seen from Waihoro in a while. The call off from Ngātai Atia.
Team and Gray just going to have a little conversation about what they think happened here. And it looks like it's going to stay Ngā Tātea ball.
Outside to McKinley. Spin to the hoop from the base. Tips it up and draws the and one.
Perfect start there, Maya, in their quest to reel in Aquinas.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a great go-ahead bucket there, and obviously the chance to get as many points on the board as possible, a favourable position for them to be in. However, for Aquinas, as he just rims out that kudu tautuku, but for Aquinas, I have seen them dig themselves out of holes with no timeout, and again, very trusting that this team can execute.
Off the top of there, Taniora for the tūrapa. Tahuki Te Rangi will be our ball carrier. Out the call mai. Gonna get past our big here. Te Kuruwhiwhi Toru. Off the bang. Beautifully done there. We'll call also a timeout from, I believe, Aquinas. Was that a timeout from Aquinas?
Yeah, Gorkovic just wanting to talk things through Maya, their last possession at the Aquinas side. Are you happy with the shot you gave up, or are you starting to look up at the scoreboard and see how close they're getting?
Look, it's an ugly position here, a 12-point lead, completely doable with 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. I think they will continue to live with that kind of shot given the interior presence that Ngā Tātea has thrived on, the paper hand, of course. But for Alex Stojkovic, a great timeout. He does have 3 up his sleeve, of course, 2 now, but a good one to call in order to gain their composure. And I think for Aquinas now, a couple of go-ahead buckets are essential for them, ensuring they maintain this lead that they so comfortably have held for the majority of this quarter, as we see a Ngā Tātea fan very stoked with the comeback efforts from the boys in orange and black.
Creating a chant for himself down there, it's quite impressive.
As we hear a Waiata down below for Ngā Tātea. So it can be Aquinas to inbound. Full court pressure here from Ngā Tātea.
Here we go, Aquinas ball at the baseline. Giving everything he has.
And a lovely game ahead. Maya, how key is it for players to be able to pass off both hands?
The fundamentals, baby. They can win you games. And, speaking of, I thought he called a travel there for a second. Heart skipped a beat, but I had it against Ruben McKinney.
Just trying to get the ball in here. And as tipped, is going to stay Aquinas ball. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Just under 4.5 to play.
They need a bucket here, Andrew.
Well, Maya, if you're playing teams, always need a bucket.
Kaimani might be the answer. But here's Kormai. Drive down the courts. And draw it in. We'll get the 2 shots.
I think the roof might have come off the stadium if that had dropped. But a chance to get it back to 10. And the other thing as well, Ngā Tātea will now be in the bonuses. That is going to be now 5 fouls on Isaiah Barry.
Only 1 foul in this entire quarter for Ngā Tātea as well. A well-disciplined effort, especially when you're going up against Kaimani Komoana, as that first one sinks.
Ka pai ko te kuru tautuku tuarua o Kormai. Ka ki te mena kua kuru I ai, we'll see how we go. And it seems to be good. Put the points on the wrong side there.
There's CJ, travel call. Can't add to the 34 that he's already scored.
It's a good turnover here for Ngā Tātea. We'll see if they can make do with the current situation. 4 minutes left on the clock. Tukomai puts it up, and with a bit closer to our lead here, just 8 points. CJ will make his way, steals it as a turnover, just exactly what Ngātai really needs to McKinley. And there we go, another turnover points. Getting closer and closer, just 6 points behind now, Ngātai.
Could not have predicted this, boys, as and just nothing going the way of Aquinas. As I say that, a very needed bucket there by Kaimani.
Mr. Meyer strikes again, and that is going to be 2 shots for Ngātai. And I tell you what, if they hadn't turned the ball over then Aquinas, it could have been back to a 4-point game. Still 2 timeouts remaining for either side. Happy to keep those timeouts in the holster.
Mai ko ia ko tērā ko tahu ki te rangi ki te rārangi kuru tautsuku. With that bonus, it might give Ngātai the extra edge to make a little bit of a comeback during this last 3 minutes. Tāhua nei kua nui te wairua, too much wairua flame within him.
At the free throw line.
Big kuru tautukus here as we take another look at that crafty finish from McKinley Wood.
And puts it in, tahu ki te rangi. Substitutions coming in, Tani Ora coming in for our boy Ruben. Big chance from both sides.
Here's Mike Wade for Aquinas. Slicing through the defense with the ball over half court. Kaimani once again, good defense on him.
Managed to get the rebound, Kormai. Strong defense there by Aquinas, keeps the ball alive. Tahu ki te rangi e kuru tuwhi toru.
Big time players get big time buckets.
Creating a bit of pressure here, but CJ will bring the point back. Just by 1, playing a bit fast now. Fast-paced game in this last 2 minutes and a half.
Look, if I'm CJ Flavel, I'm getting the ball every position and just going to the rack.
Oh, that is the plan, giving it to his main man, Kaimani.
And as you see that possession, we wonder, does Alex take a timeout? Their last CJ possession, as we have a look at it here. You're happy with the bucket, but a basket here, Maya, I don't know. I think I'm looking at a timeout.
It's niggly because, you know, a bucket here could then result in a close last few minutes of this game in which you might need your timeout. I think Alex can restore a little bit of trust in these boys to try and get the job done with that.
And gets the and one as well with it. Celebration with the brothers on the side. I can't hear my own thoughts stream to this chanting.
What a tough play there.
Well, it's been such a balanced effort from Ngātai. McKinley Wood with 17, Taora with 11, Winakere with 12, and Peta with 16. Whereas you look at Aquinas, Kaimani has 26, CJ 36.
Fortunately, doesn't get in. Big kuru tautsuku there for Ngātai Atea. CJ with the ball. Kaimani just comes off with Kormai as the saviour, getting triple teamed. No worries.
To the hoop.
And we'll get around.
Under 2 minutes to play, 2-point game. Who would have seen this coming 5 minutes ago?
Oh, great look. Mike Wade gets the slip back door and gets the hudder. That is a well-composed play. You can see these Aquinas boys do not look fazed by this comeback whatsoever. Very calm demeanors, which is essential in a situation like this. And 2 big kuru tautsukus on the way for Mike Wade here could do huge numbers in helping them secure the victory.
misses the first. They've been shooting 76% before that from the free throw line.
I'm getting nervous up here on the commentary box.
Oh, you can feel it in the atmosphere.
Makes the second three-point game. Subs in here for Ngātatea.
And that will be Ruben coming in for Tahu ki te rangi. A lot of pressure here in the last minute and a half. Last 97 seconds of the game.
84-81.
Man-to-man defense to here from Aquinas. Everything I feel like for Ngātatea has been in transition as they put their heads down.
And will get himself a travel call.
That is huge.
I actually wouldn't mind
Travel
another
call.
look at that.
Ngātatea thinks that it is a free throw, unfortunately.
Here we go, here's another look at it. Picks the ball. Ooh.
Travels a call on the floor. Aquinas, here they come. 1 minute 20. What you got?
Quiet up here in the commentating box. It's thrilling.
We're just letting the action speak for itself, I think. And why shouldn't it? Kaimani. What a fight.
And what a pass.
No timeout taken.
Massive bucket there for Aquinas. Exactly what they needed at this point in time. Will it be enough?
Makes his way through and takes the foul, perhaps.
And you actually don't mind it if you're Aquinas. When you're up 5, Ngātatea probably want to be shooting threes to try and come back in this one.
And obviously a high pressure situation here. No guarantee he'll make both kudu takus.
Well, you know what they say about pressure, Mike?
Makes diamonds.
No,
Oh,
it's privilege.
Makes the first kudu tautsuku, kua pai.
You got me.
4-point game.
Minimum 2 possessions, 1 from each side after this.
And the second one's good.
Timeout taken. Aquinas, Meyer, does Alex advance the ball here?
I'm terrible at end of game situations, I must say, but I would see no rush here for the Aquinas boys wanting to use up the entirety of the shot clock unless he is super confident they are going to get a bucket. Alex Stojkovic, an experienced coach with a lot in his bag of tricks. I feel like we're going to see something pretty special coming out of this White Hicket.
Here the Waikatas echoing out around the stadium. The last 50 seconds of the Single A Nationals for 2024. Those guys are loving it. Show anyone a camera and they will dance.
What TikTok has brought to the world. Ka pai ko hoki mai ngā tamatāne o ia o ngā taha. Rima te kauhe kona e toi ana I tēnei wāhanga whakamutunga. Our boys are coming out with just 50 seconds left on the clock.
And Maya, you're right, they're not going to advance the ball, but they need to make sure that they inbound it safely. And if you want safety, you go to Mike Wade.
Loses control of the ball. Waihora will get that easy layup, puts it in as well.
1 point game. And that was goaltended so well, it went in the hoop. And we'll have a look here on the action replay.
Oh, what is going on?
There's a lot happening. Aquinas with only one timeout decide not to take it. Here's Mike Wade. Trying to put the defender in jail.
Loses control of the ball.
And is stripped there. And the Hutta is actually called. Not out of bounds. So now both teams in the bonus. 12-second differential between shot clock and game clock. They do not need to foul here, Ngātatea. Kaimani in the short corner. Early double shown here from Ngātaati. He puts his head down.
Puts it in.
And a timeout taken. And you have to advance the ball here. Good news though for Ngātaati. They still have one more timeout left after this. Pukaiho, what do you think they're going to try and draw up?
Well, definitely, I believe the call might be just to utilise Kormai's strength of being a beast and might just still try to draw it inside, just to draw that extra foul to play it safe. Engari rā, we could also see a potential kuru whiwhi toru, but our percentage rate for our shooters from Ngātaiti has said otherwise, to perhaps just go for the play of the nice drive. It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a lot of pressure here.
Maya, I think still having that extra timeout up their sleeve is the key differentiator. If this was their final timeout, I'd probably say kuru whiwhi toru.
I'd say so, yeah. I think, you know, obviously not having the ability to advance the ball and draw up something to get an advantage, you're right. But obviously, our Ngātaiti coach Makaiti has done a very good job at being patient enough to keep one in his back pocket. Not always easy to do, not always easy to execute these end-of-game situations.
And there is a lot of boisterous fans in here tonight. They choose to advance the ball. And we will see here what they're willing to risk. Are they just going to try and get the first good basket? Or are they going to go for the tie and go for the kuru whiwhi toru?
Here we go. ET Dub with the ball. Here we go.
The ball inbounds.
Down 3.
12 seconds on the shot clock. Still plenty of time to try and create something. Need to start moving now though. 3, 2, 1 to the hoop. Timeout. Aquinas.
Timeout's the call.
And the interesting thing, only 1.8 seconds left on the clock.
Wow.
Having a look here on the action replay.
They couldn't find the 3 ball.
And I wonder if that should have been about 2.6 left.
Yeah, I feel like there should be a little more time left on the clock, but it doesn't look like our Manawa 2 volunteers are going to add any more. That is a super timely bucket, albeit a little bit late, boys. I feel like it's a pretty tough gig now. You'd assume they would foul on the catch here if not able to get a steal.
Well, I think even if they foul on the catch, you've got to think Mank will miss on the first, they're going to intentionally miss on the second. Because there's probably going to be, what, after the foul, maybe 0.9, 0.8 left on the clock?
Not enough to get a shot
You
up,
basically
really.
got to catch and fling it
Throw,
straight away.
yeah. That would be a miracle.
Yeah, alley shot halfway court.
Maybe if Kevin Love went to Ngātaati, it would be possible.
So close.
Ngātaiti makes up noise. Here we go. 1.8 seconds. Anything can happen in 1.8 seconds on the basketball court.
Rich, are we going to do ads after this and then come back to the presentation? And the hara is called, and almost an unsportsmanlike after this. There's going to be a discussion.
Took a whole second off the clock.
We're having a look here on the action replay. So there's the first one, and then that second one is that a play at the ball.
Does it matter if the first one was called first?
No.
Okay.
Well, the game's still going, right? So technically, there's still time on the clock. This is going to be a big call. Fouls on 10. And so, given the occasion, it appears the referees have just left that as a standard foul. So if Kaimani makes the second, there's going to be a timeout for Ngātaati. Misses the first. Does that change what the tactic is?
We'll see. We will see.
We shall see indeed.
Misses the second. And that's going to do it here. Aquinas College are your boys, single A champions, taking down Ngāta Aotea 88-87. As we take a look at the teams down there. And we can see Ngāta Aotea as well. Heartbroken. As we keep following the Aquinas College boys around their coach, Alex Stojkovic. Maya, I thought they had it wrapped up when they went 15 points ahead, 74-59. But Ngāta Aotea threw everything they had back at them.
Yeah, awesome to see the fight back there from Ngāta Aotea. And I believe we are going to see something pretty special very shortly. Andrew, a beautiful celebration, I believe, is incoming.
Stick around, we're still going to have the trophy celebrations for the single A's, but we're going to take a quick commercial break while they set up. We'll be back very shortly with the trophy presentation.
Once again, congratulations, Aquinas College.
Kia whānau, Easy Batch here from the Tall Blacks. Can you guess where we're at today? Still don't know? Here's a little hint. Look, if you don't know now, I don't know what to tell you. Sick Neighbour Hoops is back at it again with the Hoops and Parks Bluff Edition. Come get you some oysters and shoot some hoops.
Kia ora, I'm Alan, work for Awaroa Whānau Services. We just got this main event on of opening up the new hoop here for the local kids. Just lights up their faces, eh?
So it's super important that we have this hoop down here in Bluff because it makes it accessible for all our young people and helps keep them in the game and play basketball.
As you can see, we've got a wonderful hoop behind us. How do you think this is going to positively affect the community having this new hoop here?
Probably for like people who just want to play basketball and like skate around or something like that.
More people come down, get out of the house, and yeah.
Wonderful. And there you have it. Coming in live from Bluff.
This hoop means a lot to the Bluff community. Being a smaller drive away from where they usually have to travel to play, it means that all the local people can come up and put up some shots.
So Hoops and Parks, our vision is to have a hoop in the heart of every community, and I think that's what we're doing here today down in Bluff, thanks to the help with Chick and Neighbour Hoops. We're trying to make basketball more accessible, get into those more isolated communities, and a good example, yeah, today in Bluff.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Feel the mana.
Can I get a higher?
Tātete mai pokano.
Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your burden.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
This is a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Welcome back live, and we can see down there the great man himself, Glenn Denham, getting ready to give out some medals. Thank you everyone who has stuck around for the trophy presentation. Not going to be too far away, I wouldn't think. We're going to have both single A champions, Takura Otakotu as well as Aquinas for the boys. We're going to have some all-star 5s as well, and then the MVPs for both the men's and women's single A's. BBNZ staff just putting the final touches on making sure that everything is set up perfectly as they should. It looks like we're just about ready to get away, so we're going to go down now to courtside.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Secondary Schools National Championships here at the Central Energy Trust Arena. My name is Justin Gush and I've been your MC this evening. Before we start proceedings, I would like to call on Glenn Denham, Basketball New Zealand board member, to say a few words. Kia ora, Chief.
Kia ora, nā mihi tuatahi ki tā atua, nāna nei ngā mea ka kau te kotaraka koutua maho I tēnei rā. Te awa o te atua, te awa ko whakapōkōrero te maunga, ko Ngāti Rangatihi te iwi, ko te aro te waka, ko Rangatihi te marae, ko Ngāti Mahi, te hapu, ko Glenn Denham te koingoa e o te pōti. What a final, can I just say that final? What a brilliant final! It's amazing! Can I just congratulate Aquinas, what a game. So I'm the headmaster at Wellington College and we were all watching it back at our hotel. We were 20 up. It's just, that's the beauty of our game, eh? That it can just go, but you're stuck with it, resilient. I just can't thank you for your support, for your kura. Ngāti Aotearoa, you were brilliant, never gave up. Never gave up, never gave up. That's what it's about, resilience. Can I just say two quick things? Keep playing basketball. Keep playing. When you leave your kura, keep playing. It's a great game. Just keep playing. For those year 13s that are leaving, bless you. Thank you for all your mahi that you've done at your kura. Bless you all. Thank you. Can I just thank the referees? Thanks to everybody for letting them do their mahi. They're doing a great job. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to Basketball Manawatu. Thank you. And also to our whānau at Basketball New Zealand for all the mahi and all the putting this tournament on. It's just brilliant. But this is what basketball's about. This is what whānau is about. This is what community is about. So bless you all. Thank you.
Ai, homai te paki, tēnā koe Glenn. And a huge thank you to Palmerston North City Council, Central Energy Trust Arena, Sport Manawatu, and of course Basketball Manawatu for being great hosts and for their continuous support. Homai te paki e te whānau. All right, the first award to give out is the Caltex Good Sport Award. This award was open for nominations to anyone who has gone above and beyond for their team throughout the season. The winning nomination is for someone who gives up so much of her time, her free time. She always ensures the players are all sorted with kura, attendance, classes, teachers, and is so quick to solve and help support these young ko in there when they need it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Caltex Good Sport Award goes to Pam Jones from Tauranga Girls College. Haere mai, Pam. Another big round of applause as she strolls on over to centre court. Thank you for all your mahi, Pam. All right, now please welcome Gilly Harris, the Technical Commissioner, to present the finals officials with their medals. For the Championship Girls Final, big round of applause for Bethany Mahoney and Emma Ahing. Haere mai kōrua. Kei hea kōrua. Ka pai. And for the boys' championship final, please welcome Ballant Mona and Austin Pickard. Haere mai kōrua. on behalf of Basketball New Zealand, Basketball Manawatu, Sport Manawatu and the organising committee, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our officials and volunteers for their time and support. Without your help, this event would not be possible. Let's give them all another big round of applause. Hōmai te paki paki. All right, as I see that big screen over there, there were some fantastic live stream games that took place over the course of the week. Big mihi aroha and thank you to Whakaata Māori and NTEC for providing 4 live stream games each day on 3 courts. Big round of applause. I know I was tuned in earlier on in the week. And mihi to Whakaata Māori, hearing our reo through our game has been a beautiful thing, so tēnei te mihi aroha ki koutou. Now presenting the Girls Awards this evening is New Zealand Girls Under 15 Assistant Coach Maya Williamson. Ka pai Maya, hara Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, ne te whānau whānui, please put your hands together for the A Girls 3rd place team. Te kura kaupapa Māori o te kura kōkiri. Ai, kia ora rā. Hara mai koutou. Hōmai te paki paki anō e te whānau. Well done, congratulations. Te kura kaupapa Māori o te kura kōkiri. Ka pai. Now for the 2024 Secondary Schools National Championships A Girls runner-up. Could the captain of Aquinas College, Shadeen McDonald, please come forward and say a few words?
I'd like to say thanks to Manawatu Basketball for hosting and all the refs and sponsors that helped make this tournament possible. Congrats to Te Kotu. You guys played really hard and deserved the win. And to my team, I'm beyond proud of all of you guys. We had such a good tournament and I couldn't have asked for a better group of girls. And then a big congrats to the boys for winning this year. Okay, Annika Cartwright. Sophie Rogers. Izzy Gillard, Kaylin Gardner, Carlia Gardner, Emma Rogers, Milan Gardner, Marika Dinnery, Olivia Malone, Greg Gillard, Mike Rogers.
Another applause, please, everybody. A quiet college. Kia ora tātou, Aquinas College Secondary Schools National Championships, A-Girls runner-up. Thank you, ladies. Before we present the A-Girls National Championship, we would like to announce the addition of a perpetual trophy for the A-Girls National Championship. This trophy has been This trophy is named after Nairi Lee QSM, who was a player, administrator and referee for almost 70 years involvement in the game, including 50 years in the secondary school basketball landscape. Ho mai te paki paki mō tēnā. Now to introduce you to the 2024 Secondary Schools National Championships A-Girls Champions, Te Kura o Te Koutu. I would like to invite the captain of Te Kura o Te Koutu, Waikimihia Douglas Karona, to come forward and have a kōrero.
Kia ora tātou, tuatai ka tātuku hianga, mihi kua mihia. Tuatai wa kai whakahane o te whakatātai, ki ngā rihiri, kua kitea koutou mahi iwi oni oni, no reira, he mihi tēnei kia koutou. Ki o mātou kai whakahare o te tīma o ngā kaitautoko mō te kura, he mihi nui kia koutou. O te rā ki te katoa ko huhu mai, o ihuhu mai ki tā mātou kia me te tautoko i te kura. Ko koutou ngā toa o te kiemu, ai, mihi ana kia koutou. Whakamutinga mai ki o ke kōtiro, ko e ana mahi, kau ki mātou ki te kai. Kia ora. Taylor King, Amaya Edwards, Carly Kyle, Tiriana Morrison, Naila Tahomaha, Mario Waria Tamai, Tag Grace, Colleges, Inia Bukahabi, Arihia Bennett, Waheke, Koinuri.
Out of my coaches, top five. Please put your hands together for the A National Champions, Te Kura o Te Koutu. Alrighty, moving along, we would like to take this opportunity to thank the following national partners supporting this event. Ngā mihi aroha, Foot Locker, Bailey's, Caltex, Apollo Projects, New Zealand Carbon Farming, Whakaata Māori, Lion Foundation and Four Winds. Ngā mihi atu ki koutou. We now head into the A Boys presentations. I would like to invite Junior Tall Black and Fire Head Coach Matt Lacey to present the A Boys Awards. O mai te paki, hara mai Matt. And now I would like to invite Te Aroha College to come forward and receive their third place medals. Homai te paki paki mo Te Aroha. Kia ora, boys. Oh, this looks extra special as well. Homai te paki paki, Te Aroha College. Thank you, Te Aroha College. Me mihi aroha ki koutou. Now for the 2024 National Secondary School Championships, A Boys runners-up, Ngā Taiatea Wharekura. Haramai brothers. Good co-captains, come and say a few words.
Ko te kupua ki ni tāwhiao, ko te atua tō tātou piringa, ka puta kaora, tihe i mauri ora. E ara, te ariki nui kui ni ngā wai hono I te pō te tua waru, e te whare kāhui ariki nui tonu, e noho pani tonu ana, mo te ngarohanga o tō rātou pāpā ki ni tāwhia, ki ni tūheitia, o tātou te whero te tua whitu, kei te whare kāhui ariki nui tonu, rire haupai mā rire. Kei te ka pahi tangata, ko whakatōpū mai tēnei pō, o tira I tēnei wiki, I runga I te kaupapa nui whakaharahara, o tēnei kēmu nui, o te poi tūkohu. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. E ki ana te kōrero, tini whitu ki te rangi, ko rangi tāne ki te whenua. Anei rā mātou, māhanga whakarere kai, māhanga whakarere waka, e mihi ka tuana kia rangi tāne, mo te manaki mai a mātou, o tira, te marae rangi mārie, koro urumu, te awe, ina kei konei tonu koe, nei rā te mihi. Kei ngā hāpai, o tēnei kaupapa, nei rā te mihi, nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Just on behalf of us, we want to thank all the supporters who came out tonight, especially our whānau who drove from Hamilton to be here just for us tonight and make us feel special. So yeah, we just want to thank you. To the organisers of the event, Basketball Manawatu, we're grateful for you guys preparing this event for us, and yeah, it's been awesome. So yeah, thank you. To Aquinas boys. Yeah, it's just a meeting final. We couldn't ask for a better game. We love playing you fellas. Always give us a good run for our money. Yeah, we just want to say thank you for a mean game. To our coaches, Mikaire and Toma, we appreciate you fellas sharing your knowledge with us and all your basketball skills and your insights. Yeah, we couldn't thank you guys enough. And to our Rock, our foundation of our team, Fly Net. This whole thing would have been possible for our team without you, so yeah, from the bottom of our hearts we just thank you. And And to the boys, no matter the outcome, we still did our best. Came back, scored but still fell short, which is still all good. Still love you boys, and yeah, played your hearts out. Proud of you, Zay. And yeah, we'll just call our team up now.
Start with the ingredients. Tani ora. Ruben. Tauri. Tumanako. Charles. Waihoro. Tony. Ruenuki. And our main supporter, who was unlucky to play with us, Tomariti. And our coaches, assistant coach Tomo, and our manager, Painat. Thank you.
E te whānau homai te paki, please put your hands together again for the Secondary School Nationals A Boys runners-up. Ngā Taiatea Wharekura in total, what a final it was. And that's why we love this game so much. Now, before we present the A-Boys National Championship, we would like to announce the addition of another perpetual trophy for the A-Boys National Championship. This trophy has been named after Api Hemi, who was a steward of the Church College basketball program for many years, which saw him become the most winningest coach in New Zealand secondary school basketball history. Round of applause. Now introducing you to our 2024 A-Boys Secondary Schools National Champions, Aquinas College, AC. I would like to invite the captain, Dan Day, to say a few words.
I want to thank Basketball Manawatu and Basketball New Zealand for hosting this amazing event, bring us all together. Next, I want to thank the boys. Mean game, pushed all the way to the end. I want to thank us. Never thought I'd be on the score playing at this high level when I first picked up a basketball, but here we are. I want to thank all our coaches, managers, Alex, Laura, Miss Barrow, being all there for us. Appreciate them being. Call up the boys now. Top Graham. Nat Jordan, Jan Tabua, Luca Mahi, Isaiah Barry, Michael Wade, James Prince, CJ Fleming, God Honey, good morning. Alex, Laura, Dave, Jack.
Congratulations, Aquinas College. We also have the whānau here of Matua Api Hemi. If you would like to come down, we invite you to present the trophy here in honour of Matua Api Hemi. How special is that, e te whānau, ho mai te paki paki. The newly named Api Hemi Trophy presented by his own whānau right here. 2024, ngā mihi atu ki te whānau, ki te matua ai, he whakaaro pai tēnā. Kia ora. Another massive round of applause for our 2024 A Boys Secondary School National Champions, Aquinas College. Now for the Foot Locker Defensive Players of the tournament. As voted on by the coaches here at this tournament, the girls' Foot Locker Defensive Player of the tournament is Emma Rogers, Aquinas College. Congratulations, haere mai Emma. And as voted on by the coaches here at this tournament as well, the boys' Foot Locker Defensive Player of the tournament is Ruben Broker from Hamilton Christian College. Homai te paki paki whānau mo te tukorua nei. Now for the naming of the secondary schools, National A Girls All-Star 5 and MVP. Can the following players please come forward? Firstly, Zeta Barber, Stratford High School. Kei konei koe, hara mai. Hene raumihi Bill Hodges, te kura kaupapa Māori o te kura kōkiri. Sophie Rogers, Aquinas College. Waiheke Kohonui, te kura o te koutu. And also Waikimi here, Douglas Corona, te kura o te koutu. And she is also your MVP. Walking away with the goods there. Ka pai ko ine mā. Homai te paki paki, your All-Star 5 and MVP for the A Girls 2024 Nationals. And now for the naming of the secondary schools National A Boys All-Star 5 and MVP. Please come forward. Jamal Tiki Runia, Te Kura Te Koutu. Waihoro Tauroa, Ngā Taiotea Whanakura. Anō Komai Winnikerei, Ngā Taiotea Whanakura. Aimani Kaumoana, Aquinas College. And CJ Flavel, Aquinas College. He is also your MVP, Flavel! Oh my goodness. What a lineup of talent here in Aotearoa. Shot the boys. A-Boys, All-Star 5 and MVP. Nō reire te whānau. That concludes the ceremony and our events for today.
Tēnā rā tātou e te motu whānui kia koutou ki te kāinga e mātaki mai e uri mai ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa o tēnei mātaki, tēnei kōrero whakahirahira. Anei te mutunga o tō mātou whakataitai Secondary School Nationals A's mō tēnei wā. He nui ngā mihi kia koutou katoa ka uri mai ki tēnei kaupapa. Mihi nui atu kia manawa atu basketball. Me e rātu kia koutou whakata Māori Celtics Baileys alongside Apollo Projects, Lion Foundation, Foot Locker especially, and many more to come. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou e te motu whānui. Thank you for tuning in to this beautiful event. And here we are at Trust Arena, ngā mihi nui.
This is an opportunity that we can't pass up.